All right, welcome to the podcast. How you
That's the
feeling?
Castle Super Beast cast if you're new.
Yeah, which that's always a thing. But I between the podcasts I listen to that like reintroduce themselves and those that don't, I think there's more that don't these days. But
Oh
it's
yeah.
always good to do it
That's,
every once in a while.
yeah, that's why I don't know if you ever noticed, but like every 5 weeks or something, I go, "That's a great point. Good morning, Wooly. How are you doing today, Wooly?"
Yes, yes.
It's
You know, yeah. No, ever know when someone just clicked on it and didn't read anything or get told. And to be perfectly honest, I think a lot of people are not really finding it through the sources of like where it's hosted, but it's more just like there's a Twitter thread and someone goes, "Yo, I need podcasts. What should I
and
listen
somebody
to?"
goes, "Yo, here's a podcast," and other people go, "I don't know what's up with that podcast. That podcast seems like it sucks."
I see a triangle, and that triangle means click it and noises will happen, and then they do.
Noises will happen. Listen, I need to play something. I'm gonna be grinding out fucking matches in League, and if I don't listen to something, I'm going to kill myself. So somebody give me a new podcast.
Yeah.
And then the response to that isn't, "Why are you doing that?" It's, "Hey, you should listen to the Castle Super Beast cast. Number
So
one, approved by doctors to prevent your suicide while playing League of Legends." That's not real. I made that up.
that is not real. Anyway, so Greg, how's your week?
I was waiting for it.
That's the ultimate. That's the ultimate tanking. Is just confusing the shit out of new people maliciously and being like, "Come over to my channel, watch my streams, or try to find Greg over here. I don't know where he streams."
Yeah. I could have been a Greg. I knew a kid in high school that looked kind of like me. His name was Greg. He was the kid that kept getting in trouble for bringing napalm to school. He was that kid.
All
right.
Yeah.
He had the anarchist cookbook.
The cookbook. He had the cookbook.
And unlike most of the children our age that were like, "Oh, that's interesting," he was like, "I'm going to build this shit and then bring it to school." And he got in trouble, but the physics teacher was like, "Yo, that's pretty cool."
Wow. Okay.
That's the same physics. Oh man, I remember. That's the same physics teacher who used the fact that his car got snowed in by the plow to give us our inertia lesson by taking the whole classroom out to push his car out of a snowbank.
Oh, hell yeah.
See how it's a little easier once you get it started? That's because of the inertia.
That's good. What Greg needed was a teaching moment, and instead he got reinforcement there. Okay. Christ fucking Gregusty. I read a tweet about like a teacher actually. I think it was yesterday. Where the fuck was it? It was great because it was just like they're talking about like rip-off institutions that like sell you the fucking the textbooks for ridiculous prices. I think it was like a Flork of Crows comic or something like that.
I just saw that.
Yeah,
you have to buy the book or I'll fail you. By the way, I wrote the book.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And someone in the replies to that just wrote, "My casino gaming repair teacher told us all to bring an empty 3-ring binder on our first day and a note that said, 'Do not buy the books.' Then he hand-printed using school printers over 300 pages of books and reference material for everybody. Not just Quartz stuff, but all related stuff too." And his stance was, "It cost me nothing. The school writes it off as expenses, and you're at a technical school because you're probably broke."
Yeah, when we were at Sejep, I had 3 different professors be like, "You got to buy these books, but a photocopier out in the print shop that costs like, you go like 10 cents a page or something like that. You should if you really want to and want to spend the time, you should so do that."
absolute fucking W on that. And the last note was the teacher was formerly one of the pioneers of casino video gambling machines. Retired to Florida, claimed he only taught the class to have something to do, so he didn't spend his time with coke and hookers.
All right. Okay. Sure.
That a teacher.
Works.
That's a teacher. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Strong.
So how was my week? Let's see. Aside, like in terms of the life, not a whole lot's going on. Hey, we're back in lockdown. More lockdown. What are you all right?
I am. I was hitting the mute button. Did you hear that?
No, I saw you like gagging on your fist.
Oh.
And it looked like you were going to throw up.
I had a cough.
Oh, okay. Let's see. But instead, let's talk about those entertainment things that we waste our lives on. One of which
Don't point it out.
What?
Don't point it out.
Well, we turned it into a career. I've been playing Monster Hunter Rise for about 3 weeks on the PC. Got a super early code.
Oh, I was gonna say. I was like, that's out.
No, it's out on Wednesday. Okay. And like it has an embargo on it where I wasn't allowed to talk about it until this morning, which is really weird because there's nothing new in it at all. There is like nothing new in it at all. It is the PC version of the existing Switch game that has all of the DLC that they've released for it. 99, I think all of which is free. All of which is like just event quests. Which when you turn on the PC port, it's really funny because you hit start and you're walking around, and then you get slammed with the pop-up menu that goes, "These event quests have been added," and it's like 90 of them. You have to. It's like multiple pages.
Yes. The starting menu prompt game is ridiculous.
Yeah. The only thing to talk about on the Monster Hunter Rise's PC port is its PC port quality, which is nice.
Good. This is a PC port of a Switch game, so it's automatically going to be impressive no matter what.
Yeah, so the thing that's very obvious is that like the game was obviously very clearly built to be ported to higher end platforms, because like you go to the texture feature and like there's the standard textures, which were the Switch ones, which are like muddy looking garbage, and then there's the good textures or high, which looks like Monster Hunter World. Okay. Like it's like this giant, it's like a next generation leap with no performance hit on your PC. You can run it at an unlocked frame rate. It works well at an unlocked frame rate. No weird shit. It looks better aside from like environmental geometry, like the foliage and the flatness. It's flatter than World, but it looks better and runs way better than World. And going from like there was like playing World on PC and you could run it at like 60-ish was a big deal for Monster Hunter because that had never been a possibility before. But going from Rise, which runs at 28 to 30 frames a second, to running it to 110 to 140 frames a second, which is like 4 times its original frame rate, it feels like a very different game. The change to input latency alone just changes how a lot of the stuff feels. A lot of the counter stuff is a lot easier to do. And like when I play primarily Greatsword, my timing is wrong. My timing is wrong now on PC because I'm like pre-buffering it to the old frames but like now it's so much more like
Lenient.
direct and obvious.
Okay.
And it's like, no, I should start hitting the button when
Visually.
I'm in this pose instead of pre-doing it. Yeah, as
Okay.
somebody in the chat just pointed out, it's wrong because it's finally right now.
Interesting.
It's finally working as intended.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And all that stuff is nice. But the number one thing, I don't know how much of World or Iceborne you played.
None of
in its like
Iceborne.
long tail.
None of Iceborne. World a little bit past the like fake story intro. Like,
Okay.
You know, stuff.
So they did this thing, and it's this weird thing where every time they jump to a new generation of Monster Hunter games, they think up some new way to really just wring the most game time out of people before like the amount of monsters catches up. Because World had like a comparatively lower compared to like Cross or Generations Ultimate or whatever you want to call it. And in World, the way they did that, was like every 2 months they would go, for 2 weeks, this monster will show up and you can hunt that monster for special gear related to them. And then they'll fucking leave. Right? Which is not how they had done any of their event quests in the whole history of the series. It had been like, here's the event quest for Fatalis, and you'll fight Fatalis, and you can get the new Fatalis stuff forever. You just go download it from the guy. And it was this constant thing of like, do you want to fight Arch-Temper Teostra and maybe get like fucking Dante's outfit? Better beat him up in the next 12 days. And it's like, that sucked. I remember shit. That. People modded it so that you didn't have to deal with that. And supposedly with Iceborne, now they are no longer temporary. They're all just in there. But for Rise, they just started out like, here's the event quest. Do you want the Okami shit? Well, it came out. So when you feel like it, just go do it.
Good. Okay.
And that makes a huge difference.
That's the one thing I was looking for, yeah.
Particularly when you start Rise on PC and you just get like 40 to 50, 60 quests that are just like bam. And I'm like, I have to look up what these do because they're all like cheeky little pun names and they're not coming out on a schedule where there's a little bulletin board that tells you, hey, this is what this actually is.
Right.
I'm like, which one is the fucking Mega Man one? I don't know. Which one is the Sonic one? I don't fucking know. I don't know. But yeah, no, game's great, and game is a significant, real improvement on the PC. But I mean, shocker, right? I really wish these had come out day and date, but considering I would have double dipped if I had not gotten the copies for free, I get it. I get it.
I imagine the online improvement as well must be like fucking unbelievable.
Wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah, well, but I'm sure it will be, considering your options for the default right now are play it off the Switch, get your Wi-Fi game going, and have fun with whoever you link up with, you know?
Yeah, I assume as much. And then it's kind of weird because like the last time this happened, or when this usually happens, the new one comes out alongside the expansion. And no, Sunbreak is like 6 months away. So if you played Rise or didn't play Rise, you have tons of time to catch up before Sunbreak comes out, because that's like summer.
Okay.
Let's see what else I do. Let's see. I have to go look at my fucking video producer tab in Twitch because I can never remember what I fucking played this week. It's bad. Oh, I went back to Bloodstained. Because a million years ago, I don't know if you remember, but I was like, man, I'm really loving Bloodstained. But it's not Dracula, and that bums me out. And then the save bug happened. The version 1.0 bug where a certain enemy wouldn't drop like a key, and the enemy would never respawn because it was a boss. It was like the two-headed dragon.
Okay.
And that would that would botch your save file. And I was like, enough of that for now. And so I went back to it. Man, Bloodstained's great.
Yeah,
and Curse
well,
of the Moon 1 and 2 are great.
last week was when you like completely replaced the word Castlevania with Bloodstained in your brain.
Mm-hmm.
So that has already occurred.
Good. Moving on. I played Omori.
Oh, the kid with the face.
Yeah, the kid with the face. So I have to say, Omori is like, it's very good. It's very interesting. It's obviously taking off the Earthbound Undertale like kind of style of JRPG. The battle system's really good, and the art is actually incredible. It uses a lot of like pencil sketch art, which looks really fantastic. Omori is probably the game. The thing it shares with Undertale the most is that its fans have given me the worst possible first impression of the game. The Undertale is the only one that I can think of that was close to this in terms of like how annoying it was to go, hey, I'm playing Omori, where I think somebody just spoiled the ending for me in the chat just now.
I mean, so
are you serious?
So case in point then? Case in point? You don't have to scroll back. You can just let it roll.
Well, no, because now I'm going to ban them from the chat forever.
Because I was about to say that when it comes to Omori, I think of the kid with the face, and then I realize that I actually don't have any idea what gameplay looks like, because all I've ever seen is art of the kid standing, having the face. And I'm like, when I went to look at Google, when you type in Omori, all you see are pictures of the kid with the face. So I'm actually like, what does gameplay look like? I don't know. I have not even seen it.
Gameplay is first-person SMT/Earthbound kind of thing with 4 portraits in the corners, and it has like stencil art enemy attacks that move around the screen.
Okay.
Looks really nice. In terms of management, somebody said that our mods are like, no, I got them, and people say, oh, you don't have to ban them, Pat, so you don't see the sport. It's like, I saw it, guys. It's too late. I might as well have the satisfaction of getting rid of them myself. That being said, that's not very surprising. Very good game. Excellent music. Excellent visual presentation. The battle system's a lot of fun. But as I was saying, the first impression I got for Undertale, like literally the first thing I ever heard for Undertale, was people hassling me to play Undertale. And telling me, oh, this is the greatest. Oh my god. Oh, and I was like, okay, wow. And it was like, it was people in my FF14 free company back when I was part of a large one. And it was just like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. The second one for Omori was not that. The second one was seeing somebody go, man, I wish somebody would make an Undertale game. Sorry, not Undertale. Would stop recommending me. What was it? Earthbound style games about depression. It feels like there's so many of them. And the response to that was, fuck you, how could you talk shit about Omori? Omori's incredible. And then the person in question was like, what is Omori? I'm not talking about that. What are you talking about? Which is like, oh, that was Doc?
That speaks volumes.
And it was like, Jesus Christ.
Interesting. Yeah. I feel like the ones that I I think the best version of that effect is when there's a game where you're like, why is everyone talking about this? No one's directly come to you and harassed you to play it or whatever, but it's just been like, oh, this is a thing that seems to be like there's something going on with this. What's up with that? I should maybe let me look into this, you know? Which I feel like is much rarer, but does happen every once in a while. Like something will just pop up and be suddenly discussed.
So like for Undertale, like I had a timer on like I will play Undertale in private for myself after somebody has not talked to me about it for 30 days. and I did so. For Amori, I just decided to hop in and I put stream in like my stream in sub chat mode only. And that was still not enough for you know what's a really good example of this? You know what's a really great example? I just got spoiled on the core plot twist / ending of Amori like 4 minutes ago. Right? And that person is an asshole. But I am not nearly as like frustrated with that as somebody just blurting it out as I am with people 1 minute before something happens go, hey, pay really close attention to the snake.
Okay. That dude.
No spoiler.
No. That is, you can't do anything about that. And that has been literally years of that's been a problem for years at this point. And it is ill-placed excitement with nowhere to go because people are waiting for this moment and it's one of the key moments in whatever game and they just cannot help themselves but have that, oh, here it comes, you know? And like, I really wish they could contain it. And it's not malice. It's not malicious, but it's just, it is badly contained excitement that ends up kind of spoiling the moment anyways to some degree, in which case you can't defeat that. You kind of just got to go emote mode or something.
So in a more...
Here we go, boys!
There's a part where you climb a really long ladder. It's very early in the game, right?
Yeah.
And people are making Snake Eater jokes because of the ladder, right? Because it's a really long jet ladder. People are going, haha, what a thrill, huh? Until somebody goes, make sure to read carefully what the snake says. And I'm like, what snake? And then like 30 seconds later, a snake falls from the sky and I think actually says something like, what a thrill. And I'm like, I've discovered about me, I am so much more comfortable and less annoyed with directed malice than I am with genuine incompetence. Because the question of what is wrong with you is immaterial when somebody's just an asshole, because you're like, well, they're an asshole. I'm better than them because I didn't do the thing that they just did. Okay, moving on. But then when you go, what is wrong with you? What are you thinking? I know I thought that.
I mean, I remember like starting Deltarune and being like immediately like, wait, what the fuck? Like, oh my god, what is Willie gonna get the banana? What if he misses it? I don't know. And like just being like, is there some kind of is there a very important thing here? Did I need to know? Like what? You know, and like all this build up, and it's completely nothing. But the fact that there was just like even a banana gate temporarily beforehand and then during, you know. Now here's the other thing. What you're describing, like both types of those people, like there is a nature of the beast that is streaming that I think is just, there's an unavoidable element to that, especially when people are tuning in for stream-based entertainment and everything that implies, right? It's weird. It's weird the way I do things, where I'm essentially doing an LP and you're invited to watch it as I do it. Because most of the time, you know, there's a lot of the times people come in and they're like, they're new and they're like, hey Willie, what's up? You know, just new to the stream, but they don't really know that I'm not paying attention to that, you know, type of thing. Or so part of that is also the like, here it comes, boys, is like what other stream experiences are about to some of these folks, and it's also about doing that, and then putting up the bets on whether or not they're gonna beat the boss fight in one or whatever the case, So I don't know how you escape that. I guess I think you got to put up emote mode only.
I've had
when
like
you can.
some limited success with like public shaming. Just like screeching the whole thing to a stop, to be like, "What are you, stupid person name? What were you thinking?"
And I took some feedback on the anime on the YouTube channel, and one of the number one things people were unhappy about was Twitch acknowledgement at all. So,
well, you and I have different styles of stream.
We have very different styles of things.
That wouldn't be super appropriate in your thing.
No, not quite. So,
but yeah, okay, Amori's good. Never gonna play it ever again.
Oh no!
I hope everyone's happy. Let's see.
The spite clock is too strong, man. Life's short. You gotta enjoy what you can enjoy.
Well, see, the trick to that is that you say you're never gonna play it again,
and then just do it yourself.
And then 90 days from now, you go, okay, I'm not grumpy anymore about it, and then play it yourself in total silence, and then bring it up later, like, oh yeah, beat it, good game, and then have no more discussion on it whatsoever.
Yeah, there's a couple of things like that I started, didn't end up finishing, so I never ended up like bringing it back around to the discussion. But kind of similar to how I started and finished Avatar out of nowhere, and then started and got partway through Korra out of nowhere. It's like, I'm just gonna enjoy this on my own time for the and then when there's something to say about it, I will. And there was a game like that I didn't end up finishing because I kind of dropped off and things got busy. But doing it on your own, like sometime later, and then only coming back to talk about it when it's behind you is another way of winning that.
Also, I gotta say, as somebody who does most of his streams solo, like by myself, I have discovered that games that include a fair amount of text and no voice acting suck shit to stream. When I was doing the Amori stream, I felt like I was narrating it rather than playing it. Like it's kind of like lame. Like when me and Paige did Undertale and we were swapping off the voices, and I saw you and Punch Mom did the Deltarune the same way. Like, yeah, that's completely different because you're performing with another person and you're having fun with your fucking stupid voices and the whole thing. But with just like reading out like all the dialogue, it's like
The nightmare is a Disco Elysium original cut.
Oh god, it's the worst one ever.
Yeah,
the game I wanted to stream the baddest. The most. Like, never. I will not do it.
I did it like in that trial run. I kind of just talked to myself a little bit, just being like, okay, da 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 da, and then paragraphs of conversations later, you're like, this is so interesting. Oh my god, it's impossible. And anybody who's like, I'm gonna minimize this and just listen to it as like a background podcast kind of thing. It's like, fuck off. This is the wrong game for that.
I literally play everything dubbed nowadays for that explicit reason, so that people who have decided to turn my stream into a podcast, can still actually enjoy it.
I learned my lesson, and I'm gonna swerve towards dubbed when possible, unless I have a particular preference for like the voice acting.
Unless you want to be a big weeaboo.
Unless I want to be a weeb, and if I want to be a weeb, exactly. Some games I'm gonna weeb out on more than others. I grew up watching Japanese Naruto subs from my own fucking torrent list. I'm gonna be playing it with those voices because that's what I.
I want Grandma Naruto.
That's it.
Let's see. What else did I do? I played the Dishonored 1 DLC, which isn't of note in any way. I mean, it's good, but like
the what? What? Say that again.
Dishonored 1 DLC.
Dishonored. Okay.
Yeah. Which isn't anything of note other than one thing where I can add a new entry to the list of minor improvement that is so good it makes the older shit impossible to go back to. Which is the marquee ability in all those games is Blink, which is a short range teleport.
Yeah.
That has like a mantle attached to it. in the DLC and everything onwards, like the second DLC and Dishonored 2, when you hit blink, time stops. And in Dishonored 1, it doesn't.
Oh. That's a huge difference, yeah.
The reality of that is that when you're playing Dishonored 1 and you're running and you want to get a really far jump, you got to run, you got to aim it, and it's iffy. Having time completely stop, first of all, gives you like a natural pause button, but also lets you do stupid acrobatic shit like really easily. Like really easily. And just like makes it like I will never go back to Dishonored 1 now. Ever. I wasn't going to anyway, but now I refuse to. It's different.
Time stop's cool.
It's great. It's very useful. I also played. Did you know there's like a lot of Dark Souls 3 mods coming out like right now? Like a bunch of them. So there were Cinders that came out.
After the Cinders discussion from a while ago, there's been a bunch being brought up, and the names are kind of just I don't know what's what.
So, Dark Souls 1 had a mod called Daughters of Ash, which is what kind of kicked this whole thing off. And while stuff in Daughters of Ash was cool, it was also like one of those things, like, if you want a harder experience, we put 4 Moonlight Butterflies in the boss room.
Yeah,
kind of shit. And it was like, okay, that's too much. And then Cinders came out, and Cinders is incredible, but it has one big problem, which is every single time Cinders updates a single version number, it's a completely different game. Every single time, like you'll get a version number like 2.01, and it's like reverted all magic changes to vanilla. And then version 202 is like completely redid every spell in the game. And then version 203, and it'll be like reverted magic changes to 1.99, and then change the stamina costs. And it's like, every single version is completely different. And as I played through Cinders, it was kind of awesome because I've played through Cinders like 3 times and they're completely different. But it does suffer a little bit because there's no goal development-wise.
So I was about to say that if I had to take a guess based on what you're describing, I mean, besides talking about like the idea of someone like that going on to make their own project, and this is just kind of like testing the waters.
It feels that way.
The iterative brain, you know, the developer or the modder that really kind of just wants to keep tinkering with things and not necessarily hit an end goal, and has no problem scrapping everything and completely turning it odds up just to see how it feels this time around is like, it's bad for you wanting a final product that is a cool packaged thing, but it's fun for them, and it's the same level of interest that makes them go into the realm of like deconstructing the game to begin with, you know?
Yeah. So the future mods are called Ashfall, which is a Dark Souls 1 mod, which completely changes the game into a different action game entirely. Like, you
just
switch...
create a Dark Souls mod. Okay. Ashes of Dark Cinder.
There you go. You got it.
Done.
In Ashfall, I think you switch between like a fast teleporter and like a regular character. And then there's one that's farther on called Arch Thrones, in which they're trying to combine Demon Souls.
Thrones of Dark Ash.
There you go. You did it. They're going to try and combine fucking Demon Souls stuff into existing Dark Souls 3 levels. But the one that I played this weekend is called Convergence.
Okay.
And Convergence does not have the problem that Cinders has. Convergence has a extraordinarily clear goal. And that goal is, I am disappointed in the way magic worked in the original game, and I want to make a version of the game that has like 700 new spells, as well as restore a bunch of cut content and make new bosses.
Okay. So like a D&D style magic system?
Closer. So there are like 24 starting classes, and every single one of them, save for like 2, starts with like 1 or 2 spells. So I picked a druid and started off with a soul arrow that does a really powerful damage over time, and a rat that follows me around and fights enemies for me.
Okay, fun.
And then
Having fun.
I got to Firelink and discovered like 10 new like people in the environment that sell all the equipment that goes with all the new stuff they have, and most of them are voice acted, and the voice acting is dead on.
Wow. Okay.
Then I went through the first couple of areas, and they're fairly well remixed. In addition, it's the only Dark Souls mod I've seen so far that will actually change the architecture. Like, they've added new shortcuts by adding bridges between places that were not there prior. Stuff like that. But most interestingly is, do you remember Curse Rotted Greatwood, that big tree that tries to sit on you? So that whole boss is completely gone.
Okay.
And they have instead put, and this is only the first of many of these, they put a new boss called the Archdruid there. And I'm fighting the Archdruid, and it's a really tough fight with a tall,
super
old
NPC
druid-looking guy who has a stinger, who snaps his fingers and a phantom wolf attacks you, does backflips, stuff like that. And then I'm like, looking more carefully at his model, I'm like, this is literally Owl being backported into the Dark Souls 3 engine.
The moveset?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Like, you know the Sekiro stinger where you have one leg out on the floor with the dash? That's what he's doing.
Wow.
And when he snaps his finger to have the wolf attack me, that's what he would do to have the owl attack you.
Okay.
And man, fighting a Sekiro boss with the Dark Souls moveset is rough. It's also super cool. I fought him on stream for like 2.5 hours. I had a great time. It was a fucking blast. So yeah, Convergence gets a thumbs up. The other thing of interest is, you wouldn't think it would make that big of a deal. They changed the weather and lighting in a lot of the zones. So Firelink Shrine, instead of like cold and gray, is now like an orange sky. It's raining in Archdragon Peak. It's foggy in Lothric. Just those little changes that make them feel much newer. Yeah, it's great. It's a good mod. Only issue? The lighting and weather changes they do. The engine was clearly optimized for this area to look a certain way. So the game will occasionally chug, and there are occasional lighting bugs because your shadow doesn't know what to do with the new placement of the light source.
Does 3 have more overhauls?
Oh yeah,
than,
easy.
All
yeah,
the others. I imagine.
No question.
I imagine.
I don't know what it is. I think it's the engine. I think that with 3, it just became easier to
play with it,
to drag shit in. Very interestingly, when I was playing Elden Ring, and talking to people about Elden Ring on the in the network test, people were like, not only is this still the Dark Souls 3 engine, this is so much the Dark Souls 3 engine that bugs from the PvP are still here exactly the same.
Wow.
So it is absolutely the same thing, which makes my brain go to the point of like, I've watched them drag Bloodborne enemies and weapons and Demon Souls shit into Dark Souls 3's engine, and move architecture around and randomizers. I'm like, how long is it before the Elden Ring mod comes out called like the Tale of Four Kingdoms, and it's just like transplanted
the whole thing,
Drangleic and Lothric and Lordran next to each other, and you just take a bridge to go to them.
And also the Nexus, because fuck it.
Why not? There's a guy already working on that. Okay. Okay, apparently there's somebody already working on that. I'm excited. Yeah. That shit's great. And all that stuff was good. But the thing that I've wasted the most of my time with this week is Pathfinder Kingmaker, which is a CRPG. I'm seeing you smile. I'm seeing a big smile on your face. Is that related to what I'm talking about at all?
No. I'm just I'm laughing at the like the Pokemon Gold and Silvering of Dark Souls games via modding.
Oh yeah, do it.
And just
do it.
I'm laughing at the prospect of we've smashed all the games together in a giant fan fuck, and there's where do we go from here? Every boss and everything is in every game is all together in one. All classes, all spells. Where do we go from here?
Well,
fucking
the
nowhere.
Answer number one is get a randomizer going.
I guess.
and it becomes like, well, I need a key to open this. Where do I go? I guess I'll just beat all the games to try and find this key. And then number two is to remix existing bosses.
I don't think I mentioned it here, but I was telling Reggie about it because I had a dream one weekend. It was super weird that I was doing a stream of a Souls game of Dark Souls, and every time I died, I had to pop in the next Souls game and play that until I died, and then switch to the next one. And I was like,
rotate around
and keep rotating around, yeah. And I'm like, that sounds like an insane hardcore challenge for somebody who knows this inside out, and it would probably be a fun thing for Souls masters. But that was a dream.
There's one guy that did it, and I think he'd been trying for years, and he finally did it a few months ago, where he succeeded in the no-hit challenge run. But the no-hit challenge run was to do it in DS, DS1, DS2, Bloodborne, and DS3 without getting hit at all. And if he got hit in like Dark Souls 1, he would go back to DS. And if he got hit by Dark Souls 3, he would go back to DS.
Oh my god.
Oh, and Sekiro.
Human beings, man.
Yeah, and he did it.
What are human beings?
That's the happy hob. And
wow.
Wow. Now do it blindfolded.
Yeah.
Pussy? No, I like. He did it all on stream because you have to nowadays. If you're gonna run some kind of insane challenge nonsense.
Yeah, no, that the dream was just doing that, and then just Reggie sitting there dying as I fucking ate shit constantly over and over and over in all these games. It was just weird. It was just weird. But anyway,
Sekiro on AGDQ is gonna be blindfolded this week.
Of course it is.
I'll check out the VOD on that. I'll check that out. That's crazy. But yeah, what I've been spending most of my time with is Pathfinder Kingmaker. Pathfinder is not, I'm using air quotes here, it's not D&D. It's D&D. But it's not Wizards of the Coast or TSR or any of that. Okay. Back in the day, nobody liked 4th edition.
Caves and wyverns.
You nailed it.
Good.
Back in the day for 4th edition, nobody liked 4th edition D&D, so some big old nerds made their own D&D with blackjack and hookers and called it Pathfinder. Pathfinder is, how do I put this? Pathfinder is a person who looked at Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and said, I can't min-max this hard enough. I want more options. And I want bad options. One of the weirdest things I discovered is that one of the creators of the Pathfinder system was like, there should be bad choices in character creation. And you should be punished for making them. That's what makes the good choices feel good. And I'm like, okay. So I don't know if you remember, but I played Wrath of the Righteous about 6 months ago, and I described
don't.
Wrath of the Righteous as the most character creation nightmare game I've ever played in my life, because it's like page after page after page after page of, do you want this stat, or do you want this alignment, or do you want this whatever? And when you load up Pathfinder Kingmaker, which is a CRPG in the style of a Pathfinder adventure module, like a Pillars of Eternity or what have you, normal difficulty in that game like makes enemies 20% weaker and decreases the strength of their critical hits. And the reason for that is that core Pathfinder, in that Pathfinder using all of the rules, assumes that you are min-maxing your character to the absolute utmost.
Okay.
So
well, there's something for everyone out there, certainly, and those who want that level have their place to go now.
Yes, they do.
What made you decide to go down this road?
What made me go down this road? Somebody had been recommending it to me for years, but as CRPGs come out, they are literally always fucked on release. Even the stablest ones are always kind of screwy, and the more indie the company is, the more screwier it is. Pathfinder had not been getting any... Sorry, Kingmaker had not gotten any patches for like 6 months or something like that, and Mandalore did a video on it. So I'm like, okay, it's done.
Okay.
It's finished. I can go to it. Once you get past that initial hump of how do I make a character, god damn it, it's relatively smooth sailing. Aside from the fact that it has a very weird way of dealing with encounter design. So the way a CRPG will design a level is very similarly to how any RPG would design a level, right? You have you say you have a big open map, and you have a sliding scale of increasingly leveled opponents, or perhaps lower leveled opponents that have a higher difficulty, like all these guys are invisible, blah blah blah. And the gear treadmill will work accordingly, and it's pseudo linear. And as long as you go through it all in a row and do everything, you should be prepared, right? Kingmaker is designed along the lines of its original adventure module, which means you run into issues where you're like, well, I'm beating the shit out of these boars on the main path. This is no problem. What's in this cave? Oh, a level 19 crag Linaworm that I can't hit even with natural 20s and heals faster than I could hit it even if I did. And just total party wipe in a second.
Shouldn't have walked in there. Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't have walked in there.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the negative reviews on Kingmaker's page are, who balanced this fucking piece of shit? You can't go anywhere. Anywhere I go, I get fucking total party killed in a second. And it's like, I get it. The way that it's made now, I will go to areas that I could have gotten to. Like there's one piece of the road that I just didn't get to. I just some forest thicket that I just didn't get to at any point. And I'm going through and I'm insta-gibbing everything on the main path, right? Just wrecking their shit. And then I went off the main path and found something because it was so jacked up over the total zone level that it was actually appropriate for me when I got there. And I got good rewards out of it.
I was going to say, like,
so,
are there not, like, enemies around the thing to show you, hey, these levels are starting to get really high?
Yeah, but every now and then you turn a corner and a 10 will-o'-the-wisps cease invisibility and hit you with chain lightning 6 times in one round. And your party, like, you can do real time with pause, and you're moving, and you don't see the damage indicator. You just go straight into seeing an enemy, into the fading out for game over.
Okay.
Like
yeah.
It's pretty fucking funny. And you have to be okay with that. That's very old school. That's really, really old school. That, like, yes, no, some areas are going to be vicious and mean and horrible, and you will unexpectedly horribly die. So quick save when you're going into weird places and have your buffs up.
Okay, question, and this is just genre question.
Go for it.
Does Disco count as a CRPG?
Yes, but it has no combat.
Okay, because I was about to say I don't think I've played one, but at the very least, I can definitely say I haven't played any of the Resurgence, because I'm here, you know, all these years of hearing about Pillars and Planescape and Divinity, and you know, like, and I'm just like, yeah, these are all games that have come out since 2014 or so.
No, they were
Wasteland.
hot, and then they died. They died about as hard as a genre can die, and that there was 0 of them for like 10 years. And then they all went whoosh right back.
KOTOR, yeah, okay, no, that counts, I guess.
KOTOR, I would say it half counts. It's definitely pretty close.
Though I mean the camera angle in my brain is much more zoomed out, and the mouse is involved.
Yeah.
You know?
So in KOTOR, there were moments where you could go into a cave on fucking Korriban and just get your shit completely fucking ruined. But yeah, no, Kingmaker, as a CRPG, it's absolutely fantastic as long as you can put yourself in the mindset of like an old school adventure module, because that's what it's based off of. It's based off a really specific old adventure module from the early aughts. And like a lot of games are long because, how do I put this? A lot of games are long because of their scale, or they're big because of their scale. Like, look how big the map is. Kingmaker has the opposite idea, where it's long and its scale is related to time, which is fascinating to me. So the core of it is that you get a barony, like you get some bandits off your land and you establish a small little barony, and you have 90 days to establish your barony. In-game days, like D&D rest takes 8 to 16 hours. Traveling takes time, but like it's still like I established the barony with 41 days remaining, right? Tons of time. And then the rest of the game takes place over a 5-year period. And that 5-year period is split between the regular CRPG adventuring of going to new areas, doing quests, fighting monsters, etc. And the other, let's say, third of it is governance, and you are handling the kingdom like it was a game of Civ. And you are building things on a grid to up your kingdom stats, and you're sending off advisors to handle problems like a weed infestation or tax collectors from a different state, while also having to like manage and level up your advisor. And it's a whole involved fucking thing.
So there's a calendar.
Yeah, there's a very intense calendar. In fact, the game straight up tells you always get back to the capital on the 1st of the month, because on the 1st of the month, that's when everybody's going to come to you with their bullshit. So I've been upgrading my barony, and then I'll set everybody like, okay, you, and you all handle these tasks. These tasks will all take 11 days to 14 days for you to do. So I'm out of here. I'm going to go up to the northwest and do the super dungeon.
This sounds Go ahead.
And then when I come back, I want this tax situation dealt with, and I want that printing press installed.
Yeah, this sounds a bit like, hey, do you want to play 2 games at once?
It does.
Do you want a Warcraft 3 while you hero system?
Kind of. But they're split and they're turn-based, and there's no actual, like, there's no in-person time pressure. It's you looking at a map. Okay. And the time constraints are generous, which is something I didn't expect. Whenever I get a timer on a game like this, and I'm like, you have 4 days to do this, I'm sweating, right? Just every problem that you get to solve that takes like a week for one of your guys to finish, it has little tabs like should finish by such and such, and it's always like 40 days away. And one of the early quests is you're getting invaded by trolls from a neighboring country. So like you better go fix that, because people are kind of upset that there's troll raids in their villages. It's like, okay. So I beelined it and found where they're at, and I genocided the shit out of them. There were peaceful options available, but no, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No more troll problem. And then the game's quest thing ticked up and said, cool, you dealt with the trolls. Well, that curse on the nearby hill is going to be a problem in a little while. You have 179 days before that becomes a problem. So I guess you'll just have to wait until then. I'm like, okay. That might be the largest timer I've ever been given in a freely directed game. And I'm down to 100 days right now. And I'm scraping like I'm scraping the edges of where my character has laid claim territory. I'm about to head to the super dungeon later. And the way to deal with that is in a situation where you're like, okay, well, I've explored everywhere and I've done everything. What do? I still have 60 days on the clock. Well, upgrading certain things, like upgrading your village to a town or upgrading your regent to a better regent, is one of those things that you have to be present for in your capital, and you have to spend 14 days. And when you click that button, the calendar just starts shooting forward and goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and goes, great, they're upgraded. Here's the things that happened while you were doing that.
Are you spending experience on upgrading combat or governance?
No, they're completely separate.
Okay.
Like the governing thing has its own stats.
Okay. Because that would be ridiculous if you had to split between the two. All right.
So the flow is actually really fun because it's explore around, do quests, yada yada. Get called back to the homeland. Okay, you got a problem with, like, literally you have a problem with your sheep. Okay, give the guy his sheep back. Okay, cut the drinking age. Increase taxes. This asshole from 2 towns over wants to kill somebody. No. Okay, lady comes to you. My child ran away. Okay, good, fine. I'll find your kid. Set everybody up on their projects. Let's go figure out where the kid is. Find the kid, do the kid quest. Okay, back to the capital. Okay, you shouldn't have embezzled money and you are getting executed. Oh, what's this? You lost your printing press on the road and you have a duel up north and I'm getting nightmares to go up here. Okay, you handle the weeds, handle the mermaids, handle this. Okay, we're out. Off to do that stuff and back and forth and back and forth. And upgrades to the city eventually start paying off, like items like artisans will give you really powerful magic items, or people will pay you for solutions, which you then use to upgrade your characters, go out, claim new areas, which increase the barony. Like, it actually works really well.
Okay.
It's a ton of fun. The only suggestion I would have to anybody who were to play that is put the kingdom management thing on the easiest difficulty possible. It's a separate difficulty slider from the combat. Because if the kingdom falls, it's a game over. And you can, if you're really bad at it, you can actually get yourself into a doom spiral.
Where... Oh, you can't, like, have your kingdom fall and then you're just back to being an adventurer and then you have to, like, fight your way back? Okay.
No, because if you don't have a kingdom, then the next part of the game, which is the undead are attacking your kingdom, isn't going to happen because there's no kingdom.
Okay. You see dice rolls for everything, right?
Great. You can see dice rolls. In the battle log, if you see like Valerie hits for 17, you can mouse over it and it'll show Valerie rolled a 20 plus 7 natural attack plus 2 because of her weapon minus the arm.
It means nothing, but I think seeing the dice roll helps you feel like it's a little less bullshit. You know?
But, like, do you mean seeing the dice roll like every time, or being able to see it?
Being able to see it. If I got fucked on something and I can see what the roll was and how it happened, I can be like, okay, fine, versus playing the Vegas digital slot machine that is just running the odds on you.
For a game that will throw like completely bullshit encounters at you in areas that they have no business being in, being able to see the dice roll is vital. Because you will attack God, what was it? I attacked some were rats, right? And I swung with every character and missed 9 attacks in the first turn. And they hit me with a crit on their first hit and like knocked my fighter out. I'm like, okay, let's mouse over this.
What did you actually do? Yeah.
Many of these people rolled 19s and missed.
Okay.
Which means I can't hit them. He rolled an 8 and crit, which means I need to load my autosave.
Get the fuck out.
And leave.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing that's going to happen here for another couple levels. There's nothing.
Versus like he got an amazing roll and yours were all terrible, but this is
maybe I just got unlucky. Maybe I just got really unlucky.
Cool.
Oh yeah,
cool.
game's absolutely super great. And there's an interesting thing because its direct sequel, Wrath of the Righteous, solved a this is actually like fighting games a lot. Like unironically. This is like training mode. This is like holding start to pause, right? A while ago, some devs figured out holding start to pause is the better solution instead of just hitting pause and instantly going to the pause, right? It's a solved problem. It's not a patented fucking thing. Just do it this way. Everyone will be happy.
Yeah.
Pathfinder Kingmaker came out after Pillars of Eternity. And Pillars of Eternity solved a long-standing RPG problem, which is, I don't know, you might actually remember I talked about this when I was playing Baldur's Gate 2, way back in the day. And that problem is, all right, gang, we're going to be fighting a bunch of high-level vampires. It's going to be a tough one. You throw down Bless, Prayer, Aid on the tank. You throw down Cat's Grace on the Ranger. Throw down Bull's Strength on the Fighter. You hit your Paladin aura. You hit Mirror Image, Shield, Blur, Vanish. You also hit Mirror's Image, Blur. I want a Heroism cast, etc. And those last 1 minute per level of caster. Which means by the time you're done, 2 minutes of the first buff are over.
You have to go back and do it again.
And by the time you're finished fighting like 2 encounters, the buffs are gone and they're per rest buffs. And you're like,
that sucks.
Shit!
That's garbage, yeah.
Pre-fight buffing in D&D 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 3.5, and Pathfinder is terrible.
You're a one-man raid, it sounds like. You're doing the jobs of an entire raid. Yeah,
well, the difference between having all those buffs on and having all those buffs off is the difference between dying and scraping through with no damage. Like, it's crazy. So, in Wrath of the Righteous, the sequel to this, they made a system where they're like, one of the special abilities your main character gets is any buff that lasts longer than 5 minutes will now last for 24 hours. That's like, oh, okay. You do it once when you get into the zone, and then it's good for the entire zone. Okay, cool. But Kingmaker doesn't have that. And that's where a mod called BuffBot comes in, where you program into a
macros.
Unity and you bring up a list and you set characters and go, I want this character to cast this, and this. And you set them all up, and then you can hit Control F10 and hit the execute button, and they all just explode in instantaneous buffs.
Macros, yeah, okay.
And then what you do is you download the Bag of Tricks mod, which is a cheat mod, and then you scroll down to player buff counter, and then you change the multiply number from 1 to 5, so that a buff that would last 4 minutes now lasts 20. And so, like, is it cheating? Yeah. Do I care? No, I don't. No one cares. In fact, the devs realized this was an annoyance and changed it in the sequel. They made it work like the mods in the sequel because pre-fight buffing is terrible. It's terrible.
I mean, I'm thinking of the P3, you cannot control your party members' difference between.
There's
like it's beyond night and day. It's a different video game. It is the ability to just fully control and do things. Yeah. Okay.
Somebody in the chat asks a good question, which is, how did Pillars fix this? Because I mentioned that Pillars fixed this problem. The way Pillars fix this problem is really simple. One, buffs are rare and can only be cast in combat, and they're super strong. So like, there's no like, because a bless is a spell you would cast in every fight in every D&D game of all time, because it gives everyone a +1 to all their rolls, right? And it lasts for 5 to 10 minutes, right? Yeah, those don't exist in Pillars of Eternity. Instead, the buff you have in Pillars of Eternity is, for the next 30 seconds, you'll gain 10 armor class. They're not to be always on. They're like, I'm about to be fucked.
Go time.
Turn it on.
Okay.
Right? And the second thing, in Pillars 2, they completely removed what's called Vancian spellcasting and replaced every single ability in the entire game with a per encounter ability, instead of per rest.
So you don't have to stop mid-fight. Okay.
The thing is, when I'm playing Pathfinder Kingmaker, the Vancian spellcasting system that I've hated my whole life, it makes much more sense in this context. Because in a Pillars of Eternity game, a Baldur's Gate game, etc., when you're rolling through a dungeon, you just want to roll through the dungeon, right? You just want to keep going, and all these buffs are annoyances, right? And running out of Fireball is an annoyance. In Pathfinder Kingmaker, you're traveling between discrete points so often that 9 times out of 10, you have to rest on the way there. The only time you actually ever go, fuck, I'm running out of spells, is when you're 2 layers into a badass dungeon. Which is when that should be a problem. It should be like, oh, we're really deep in here and we don't have that many supplies. Ran out of Fireball because we used it on that. But then you can still rest down there, but it costs... It's like, oh, it makes sense. And it's one of those things, it's like, I always thought that adapting this idea from tabletop to a game was a bad idea. But it turns out the problem was they didn't adapt it hard enough. Because in your classic RPGs like Baldur's Gate or Pillars, there's no travel time. You just click on a button on a map and you're there. And time doesn't pass, so your people don't get tired. And since they don't get tired, there's no reason to rest on its own as a natural thing. And since there's no reason to rest on its own as a natural thing, the only thing you rest for is to get spells back. So it's infuriating. When I'm playing Kingmaker, between every single point of interest on the map, I'm probably going to have to rest once. So what if it's per rest?
So just cheat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say, with Pathfinder specifically, never before has a system encouraged cheating more, because the Pathfinder system is inherently unfair to new players. The Pathfinder system is so complex and so easy to make a not that good character, but the game expects you to have made a good character.
Like, the idea of you should have the chance to make a bad character is so fucking callous, because like, you can then commit to playing and loading and playing and dying and playing with that bad character, not realizing that the problem was step 0.
Yeah. And I can tell you where that comes from, right? That does not come from the game. That comes from the creation of the system. And the issue with that is an old Dungeons and Dragons issue, which is you remember the old way to roll your scores, which is roll it and that's what it is.
When you were making like the giant grid sheet.
The ancient way back in the 90s was you're rolling for strength. Roll these 3 dice.
Okay.
And that's it. Right? That then became a best of, right? and then that became roll all your total scores and then assign them. And then when video games came out,
I remember now.
When video games came out, they started back in the Eye of the Beholder system. It was you could random roll it, or you could just put whatever you wanted. And then as time went on, the digital versions were like, here's a total of 28 points, or whatever.
Distribute.
Put them where you want.
Yeah. Okay.
And so on and so forth and so on and so forth.
My introduction in high school, lunchtime D&D was the 3rd edition, where it was the best rolls of a set of rolls.
Right.
The ones you're allowed to keep.
And the reason why you should be able to make a bad character is because in pen and paper, a bad character is interesting. When you're playing with people and humans, and particularly a real dungeon master who can fudge the rolls and make interesting situations, a dumb wizard can be interesting. Can be.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about Baldur's Gate or Planescape or fucking Icewind Dale, where you have to fight your shit off for 60% of the game time, a bad character is not interesting. It's just miserable.
Also, a DM with a sense of humor, who's like setting things up and playing along with the mistakes. Yeah, that's a huge difference.
So when it's one of those things when they bring over whole, this is similar to the Baldur's Gate 3 thing, where they brought over all the dice rolls completely as is, and the player feedback was like, this is completely goddamn miserable. I fucking hate this. This feels like shit. My regular DM seeing these rolls would fudge it in our favor because it's not fun. But yeah, Kingmaker is I'm having a blast with it. I think it's a more direct sequel in spirit to the old Baldur's Gate games than, say, Pillars even. I'm really excited to beat this and get on to the sequel, because the sequel has the most replay value of any CRPG of all time. Wrath of the Righteous has what's called a mythic path, which is the secondary main quest for your character. And there are 10, and they range from becoming an angelic paladin to becoming a lich or a gold dragon, like the character becoming a dragon. And the whole game accommodating that, like the lich turns the game world into a zombie shithole. Like, just complete. But yeah, no. Kingmaker's great.
One of the biggest sells, I feel, was when you were talking about Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know where that's at, if that's in a fully released state or not. But
it's so let me tell you, I think I brought this up, but I'll bring it up again. Baldur's Gate 3 is in the early access of Act 1.
Yeah.
Act 1 is out, and they're tweaking it and tweaking it and tweaking it. And when it comes out, I would suggest fucking around with it, maybe, but don't go for the whole thing until a couple patches, because it's always that way, right? Baldur's Gate 1, I'm like, oh, Act 1, cool. And I played it on stream for 2 nights and was like, okay, I'm done, right? That was about 7 hours of play. Apparently, the first act is like 35 hours long. So the first act of the game is currently like a full-length game. And they are like, much like with the Divinity games, they're like overhauling systems and tweaking all sorts of bullshit all over the place. And it has genuinely improved even since the beginning. I don't think even all the classes are in yet.
Okay, still not there. All right.
Like, last I checked, Paladin wasn't even in the game. And Paladin is one of those classes that's like, it needs to be there. You need to have Fighter, Paladin, Cleric, Wizard, Ranger, Sorcerer, etc. Right? Like,
and And like, I guess I was gonna say, like, how does this stack up to the stuff that was doing?
Baldur's Gate 3 is not really a fair comparison. And the reason for that is because Baldur's Gate 3 is money. It's money. It's big money. Every single line of dialogue in Baldur's Gate 3 is animated like a Mass Effect game.
Okay.
And it is like, it's obsessive with its adheration to the rules, in that on your hotbar you have an entire graph for push, pull, jump, sneak, throw, like all the generic physical actions that a player character would be able to do that you can use to interact on everything in the environment. Like, it's almost simulation based. But it's early and it needed work when I played it. Like, what I'm playing in Kingmaker right now, I'm having a lot more fun of than Baldur's Gate 3 when I played that. And a lot of that comes down to the way dice rolls are handled.
Okay.
Dice rolls in Baldur's Gate 3 up until recently were like just the worst, shittiest experience. And Pathfinder Kingmaker is also a Kickstarter game, which is nuts because it doesn't feel like one. It's well put together. It looks good. It sounds good. It runs well. There is one thing though, and I don't know how to feel about this. You ever see like a sequel get an improvement and you're like, I hate that. I hate that genuine, obvious improvement.
I need an example.
So here's the example. You are familiar with the camera angle associated with the genre we're talking about, the CRPG. Looks like Diablo, has in fact confused you for Diablo in the past. In Wrath of the Righteous, they gave you the ability to spin the camera in every direction to get a better view of the 3D environments. Which, when I played Wrath of the Righteous on stream, I was so fucking lost all the time. Because I would spin the camera to look at something, and then I would forget what north was.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Because I have spent decades with this genre where the camera is locked.
Yeah,
it is a static, locked camera. It's something to get used to, but, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna play Kingmaker after this. Unless there's a stream later tonight?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, actually, I won't be playing Kingmaker. I'll be on Peach Saliva's stream. She's gonna be playing...
Well, wait, what do you want to play?
I'm talking to you.
No, but if you want to play something tonight?
No, this was just gonna be my own bullshit.
I don't know, but
Demon Souls. Yes, there'll be a Demon Souls later tonight.
Okay.
If you want to check out my crap, though, it's over at twitch.tv/GregStaresAt.
Correct.
But you have to spell Greg in a weird way. You have to spell it P-A-T.
It's the French way.
Yeah, the French way. Yeah.
Cool.
What about you, man? What'd you do this week?
Okay. Couple things. I guess I'll start with beating Inscryption.
You beat it!
Yes.
I did not beat it.
Okay. And I would like to discuss with full spoiler blast. So
let's do it.
Yep, I'm going to put a visual little warning up. And Inscryption...
Oh, I like that. You should just take off the Inscryption word, and then you can just use that for anything.
Well, yeah, but it helps to tell people what the thing specifically is.
So when people come in, they're like, ah!
Exactly. So,
all right.
Inscryption spoilers are going to begin, and you can come back later if you want to avoid that.
All right. Let's hear your thoughts after beating Inscryption.
Or fast forwarding for that.
As it were.
Okay. Spoilers start. So Act 1 is fantastic.
Act 1's incredible.
And where I left off was getting into the videos.
You're on the border.
Yes, exactly. The introduction to a meta layer, a live action, a person that you're playing as a person who's playing the game, the card game. And I was like, okay, I don't like that. I don't mind a layer removed, but I'm like, we're watching these skits. What's going on here? And then Act 2 begins. The sequence by which you get through Act 1, you get the special eye, you walk around and do stuff. That's cool. I like all that. Yeah. Get the film. You're right. Awesome.
Beat him in his own game, turn him into a card, nail it.
Absolutely, right? Final battle, etc. And then you're getting just like the hang of how to make your cards like super busted as well.
Yeah.
Fun.
The time that I beat him, I beat the piss out of him. Like, it was not like...
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Crushed, in fact, and like after, I think... Like the first time I did it around, I just had a bunch of insanely busted flying cards that were nuts. And then the second time I had a one touch of death card that you just bite the moon and the moon dies in one bite.
Yeah, I won with some powerful flying cards that couldn't be attacked. And just every turn they would just attack the health of whatever I was fighting. And there was no card game at that point. It was damn.
Okay, so that Act 2 begins, and it is the 8-bit or 16-bit world where you're walking around and having kind of like a Pokemon card duels.
Where it opens up 3 different sets of new cards.
Yes. And I basically was like, okay, this is not what I was looking for. I mean, I'm not going to say what I signed up for because I just went in expecting anything, but it's not what I was looking for. And but I was like, all right, let's go with this. And I basically, it was interesting because it introduces a bunch of new decks and mechanics, which I kind of read and went, I'm going to stick with what I know.
So I picked the skeleton deck.
Okay.
And couldn't get back to Leshy's deck fast enough.
Yeah. So it's interesting in that I think that's intentional because it feels, I don't know how it goes if you decide to lean hard into the more obtuse decks, the P3 deck or the all the weird shit going on with the cubes and the colors and stuff. But I went back, I was kind of like, I'm going to go with what I know here. And then I picked him to be the replacement. At least the system of bones was introduced to you beforehand, so you can get a hand on
Which is why I picked that one. I'm like, oh, I kind of get it, but I know the bone mechanic.
But the wizard and computer decks, I'm gonna have to fight enemies, seeing how they use this to learn it, because I just don't get it. Now
that we're spoiler talking, some of what I said in the past will come to make more sense. I used the Leshy deck to get more bone stuff, and I ended up using bone for most of that section. And every time I got the wizard or the robot decks, I tried pieces of them and was like, I hate this.
Yeah.
I especially hate the robot deck. God, I'm never going to use the robot deck. I hate it.
Yeah. So that was the thing is I'm like this other style of game, and there's 4 styles. I'm like, that's interesting. And there's a connection between some of the cards on obviously you get bones for sacrificing beasts, and bones can be useful if you're going with a bone build, and there's interaction between them if you'd like, where some things can allow you to 2-color basically, so I was like, I can see this is probably well thought out, but as someone who's not a hard card enthusiast, and I feel like this game would land super hard if you're really into Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh and all of these things.
I'm seeing people say that it's like there's a meta narrative about tabletop gaming and the differences between the way companies build their games, which doesn't mean shit to me because I don't play card games that often.
So as a non-card gamer, I could feel a lot of that going over my head, especially towards the end. But yeah, so the second act though was like, all right, yeah, like, oh sure, let's go with this, you know. And then more of the skits got introduced, and I was like, okay, I'm really the most checked out of the live action bits, like,
Yeah.
but I'm following along, and that's what it is. So I'm kind of going through that. Then the end of Act 2, you know, it comes upon you, and then bam, Act 3 begins, and I'm like happy to be back in that style of game.
Yeah, I agree. I also agree with you. That was my initial reaction.
And I'm gonna guess as you went in and you realized, oh, this is the PO3 version of that game, you're now stuck with that deck.
Miserable.
Yeah, okay.
I gave up. I
Okay.
got like 2 zones in, and I'm like, I hate using these fucking cards. I don't get the synergy for them.
Mm-hmm.
I want my old fucking deck of cards back.
So I was confused, but I just kept with it and got the hang of it eventually. I completely misunderstood the concept of energy and how it worked initially, as well as like what would increase it versus what would replenish it, you know. But just kept going and got the hang of it, and then eventually I was fine with that. I still much prefer the Leshy system and the Meleshi deck, but I got the hang of this and then kept going with it, right? And then you go through that, and then it gets, you know, and then you kind of realize, like, as you're going through that map in Act 3, it's just a shorter, like, lazy version of what you just did in Act 2, because PO3 doesn't care, you know?
Right.
He's just kind of like, rah, play the game, do whatever, who cares? Great, you know, da-da-da. And what made it really fun was the point at which, like, there's a point in that third act where PO3 goes, oh, you think you didn't have fun with that? Is this not, you're not enjoying it? You think you're so good? Here, then, you make a fucking card, you know? And then they give you a card maker. And I was like, okay. And I designed my own card. And then, like, you get to use that, you know? And then you can basically look at, like, and then I took a while looking at that, because I'm like, oh, like, if you're paying attention, you can make game-breaking cards, and the game is totally okay with you busting it open at that point, you know. And I was like, oh, this is okay. And that's when I was like, okay, this is kind of really interesting, because, like, there's that boss fight. There's a boss fight where you, like, set your own rules because you're connected to the internet at a point, you know, and you get a card.
I didn't get that far.
Like, there's a whole thing going on that is like, no, we're encouraging you to bust this card game open, kind of the way you did at the end of Act 1, and that was pretty fun. So, I mean, if we're doing full spoilers, I'm going to go past where you...
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so...
I'm never going to get past that robot thing, because every time I upgraded a card, the game would tell me, by the way, if this card dies at any point, it's gone forever.
Okay, so...
Which made me never use them.
Yeah.
Which made the game impossible.
I remember, so here's the thing that I didn't, like, from playing Fights in Tight Spaces, I remember being introduced to the idea of, like, one of these paths you picked, that you went to, is a card disposal thing where you'll trade in a card, destroy it, and get stuff back, right? You might think that sounds terrible, but trust me, you'll want to destroy cards. It'll make you more consistent, you know? And I was like, okay. And then I realized it's like, no, it's true. Like, even if you like all your cards, getting rid of some that are weaker means that the better ones will show up more often, and that there is a means of, like, getting a consistent type of deck that comes from discarding stuff, you know? So I was then looking at the cards that I was like, what's going to instant kill or whatever. I was like, okay, I'll put that on a card I don't necessarily want and use that to hone the consistency of my deck, you know? But it can be helpful to get rid of some cards. So, yeah, and then it goes into some other fun stuff.
I don't understand. I don't, like, why are...
Okay.
Because the thing that I dealt with was I upgrade a card, and once it's upgraded, it says if this card just dies, it's gone forever.
Yes.
Why would I want my good cards to disappear forever?
Well, so that's the thing, is the way I looked at that, because like you can pick good cards and make them better, but I was like, I don't want to risk losing a card forever that I really care about. And earlier, not only from the previous, like the game I mentioned, Fights in Tight Spaces, but in this game too, PO3 tells you, you may think getting rid of a card sucks, but trust me, you want to get rid of cards to make your deck more consistent. So I upgraded a card I didn't care about as much to be the one that can be killed on death and permanently removed, so that if it did get permanently removed, I wouldn't mind. Because there's another upgrade path that is not it permanently dies path, but a trade in a card for upgrade for materials, and completely sacrifice a card option. So so basically, the act of getting rid of a card is not necessarily a bad thing.
But why would I upgrade my bad cards? I upgraded all of my good ones.
And the way I thought about it was, I'm gonna upgrade the bad card so that I can get rid of it or succeed again in the mission and not mind that it's lost. Otherwise, I'm holding a good card in my hand that I'm too afraid to play because I don't want it to die.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Right, so I didn't do that.
But okay, say I realized that, but I had already done it. What am I supposed to do then?
I have no idea. I don't know. I think that...
Because, like, I still have a save file active, and people are giving me this advice, including you, and I'm like, oh, okay, so I'm going to go back and just lose?
Well, again, the further in you go, it doesn't get harder. It actually gets easier because of the things I'm talking about, where it tells you literally go make a card. Okay, create some bullshit. Create a system that, like, you know, create a rule set that, like, breaks the system in some way if you can. So losing a strong card on your save right now would suck, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. You could progress further into the game, for sure. But anyway, that's how I treated it. I treated it as a glorified get rid of a card machine. So you go.
Understand. I feel so stupid. I don't understand. But like. Because, like, I was playing without the good card that I had upgraded because I didn't want it to die, and could not beat the... I tried, like, 20, 30 times.
Was it like your double gunner or so?
It was the Fisherman.
The Fisherman card. Okay.
The Angler.
Yeah. The Angler. Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, so if I died... Like, if I lost that card, then you and other people say, like, oh, there's a lot of good ways to get replacement cards. Like, not unless I am able to keep going forward.
And he's also, like, a lore card, too, that talks,
like,
so...
The way that thing works, I can't just go reset the whole PO3 section to neutral.
I don't know if you can chapter select at that point. There's a chapter select that comes after New Game on New Game Plus.
Didn't have it at the part that I am at.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know, because you have a card, like, you don't want to get... I wouldn't want to get rid of the talking cards just to see what they say from a content dialogue point of view. You would basically be forced to push on and, like, get lucky hands, I guess, or good items, right? Because the table items can also help, like, delete some fights in that mode.
I've seen a lot of folks saying that, like, you can just get those cards back, and, like, I genuinely don't know how. How are you supposed to get any cards back at all? Every card that I can remember getting, I got from, like, a item, like a chest in the PO3 zone, right? Or, like, a reward from, like, a battle.
There are like money based purchases cards you can go buy. There are some randomized, like, rewards, so you can you can try and see what happens. Because the truth is what you're describing, I don't know how to get around that necessarily. I'm just saying what I did.
People are saying that there's a shop to buy cards, and I don't remember that at all.
There's
possible
dollar store
that it is after the part that I'm at.
So there's dollar store rooms that you can walk into, and it'll ask you to buy whatever of these things around you for the money you have. And sometimes, and there are different types of upgrades. Like you can click on the beast paw to get it flips between a beast and its normal function, or get a new card or whatever, like all the different types of upgrades. Like you'll walk into shops that'll be pick one of these things and spend the money on it. So I think that would be your best bet. Try the shops. I think there's a shop in each area too. So there's at least like 3 or 4 of them you can do. But anyway, that's a bit of a side because so you kind of push that you get past that point, and then you get to the point where like I said, the game is practically encouraging you to break it. You design your own boss fight rules for one. You design your own card for another. Someone uploads a card and sends you one. You send them a card. It's just, and literally, I made like a super card that was like floats above everything, does the Mantis God triple strike, or does the split strike or whatever, but expensive cost. And then you kind of are like, wait, hold on. How about a free card that has no play requirement and gives you a new card on death and always returns to your hand? Oh, I get a free card every time I hammer this, right? So you just play until you see a card you want appear in your hand, and you always play the perfect card, So you kind of get into that, and then you like that. That's a fun breaking of the game that happens, and then that whole segment continues onward, and then you go back to some of the narrative of the characters earlier, Leshy and the crew. You do some backroom shit. And they get reintroduced, and it's pretty awesome. It's a nice reveal of they're around, and you're gonna now take on PO3. And then basically you go into the end game sequence, which is you're playing as I forgot his name, Carter or whatever, the live action guy, and you're basically deleting the disc, and you're trying to stop it from uploading itself onto the internet, which is the Great Awakening, which will allow you to, which will allow it to replicate itself and sell itself on Steam, take the screenshots, etc. And in the process of the game deleting itself, you then enter the world of the bone cards, the bone deck, and the death lady, and you quickly, while the game is wrapping up because you've already triggered the delete sequence, you start a Act 1 and Act 3 style version of her game with the bones, and it's another fun system of oh, this is interesting. We could have had a whole adventure here if you liked Act 1 and you wanted to play the one-on-one table versions of these of the game, which is what to me when it's at its best compared to say Act 2. You get
I would have
that.
much rather had a table version against the Death Lady than the robot.
Yeah, it was really brief because it's hey, we could have had a lot of fun, but we're deleting ourselves, but this is what it would have been kind of thing. And you play a couple rounds of that, and it is pretty fun. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And then as that goes, then the only one left is your final, the wizard deck, and you're like, okay, I hate this fucking wizard deck. I don't understand it. And you're forced to kind of when I beat the wizard in the Act 2, I didn't even really know the rules. I was just
I don't understand it at all.
Yeah, I filled my deck up with colorful cards, and I just played them, and it was fine. I just brute force through, and I was like, I don't even get it, but whatever. So then when it comes back around to now the fully 3D version of that, where you're having the 1v1 with them, you get a fun little reveal where it's the wizard battle is you put on a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh arm blade, and then you elevate into 2 pillars, and then the monsters you play on the field on your board on your arm appear in the battlefield in between you. and you're
that's
having
cool.
a Yu-Gi-Oh battle, and the numbers of your HP are floating in the sky, you know? And I was like, okay, I'm not into Yu-Gi-Oh, but that's a fun thing, you know, that you dropped there.
That's cool.
And you're playing that Mox-based game, which is still, you know, least favorite of the set, but you're having a little brief Yu-Gi-Oh battle for a couple rounds until it starts deleting and everything, the narrative comes through, and then the whole game world gets deleted, you know? So I was like, all right, I like the different versions of Act 1 that we went through, and while Act 3 was initially confusing, sticking with it kind of like, and then, you know, getting to the point where I realized it was like less about the rules and more about breaking them, I was like, okay, this is fun. And then it wraps up with the final live action bits, which, you know, I gotta say, like, as much as like I didn't like them, the final one does its job, which is you know, the game deletes itself. The game process deletes itself. He pops the disc out and destroys it, whatever, and then gets a ring on the doorbell from, you know, like the lady who came to visit earlier,
Right?
And he walks to the door and goes like, "I told you I don't want," and then she just blows his head off, and then you get your credits, you know. And I was like, okay, well, all right, that's your that's the end of your narrative. It's done. In the end, it won me back, you know, like I liked what it did going into that finale, and like those other versions of the game, it does a job. It does its job of kind of being like, hey, you can have enough. It's not so brief that you don't get to enjoy it. You get to enjoy a few rounds of that, you know, and I still liked Leshy's the best, but all in all, I liked it. I liked what it did. The turnaround at the end won me back over, despite confusion in the middle. As for what you're describing, though, I don't necessarily know.
I'm still sitting here just baffled. I don't understand a single thing that we talked about with that chapter. All I can think of is, how am I supposed to get new cards if I've already gotten all of the chests and done all of the battles?
Have you unlocked all of the zones in Act 3, including
No, I only got to like the second one and immediately started to hit roadblocks.
Okay.
I couldn't cross a bridge to the north side of the map.
Yeah, you don't get... So that one tells you go fight a boss, I think, and then come back.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to explore a bit more. Also, something that I noticed was when you're walking around the map in Act 3, there are invisible arrows.
Yeah, I found all of those.
Okay.
All the ones that I could access.
Yeah. So then I guess it comes down to just like making it through a fight and getting some money to go to.
No, I guess there was a shop, but all I can remember is there were like 3 things to buy and I didn't want any of them.
Okay.
Unless people are suggesting that the actual solution of the problem that I'm having is to buy up everything at the shop and then go and constantly reset all the fights to just buy as many cards as I want and then use the upgrade machine to destroy all the cards that I don't want.
I don't feel like you would need to do that. And I know that it tells you use items liberally because you get them back, you know, especially when you reload.
So what are you talking about?
Or the you know, the items on the table?
Yeah.
So using those to get through some of the fights might
Well, what do you mean reload?
So when you get to a new checkpoint, I believe you get like you get the energy re-up battery, for example. I think you get one of those back at the checkpoint. So like using items, not like hoarding items, is not going to pay off because you're going to get them back more generously. So you can afford to use them throughout the fights in each zone. Then some of them can help you win key plays, like forcing a pass on a turn where you'd get killed is like a really good one, for example. So I kind of think you'd have to like just like brute force past like one battle using items and using what you have on you. Go buy another card or two, and then like you'll come into some easier battles. Probably, I'm guessing. You know.
I'm in a state of like I could do that. I could go back and just ask for advice until I get past it, and then my reward
but it's annoying
is
that
more shitty robot fights.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But that's what I liked about that was just like going into the robot that act, like the rules of that, like as you hit each boss, start to become less and less relevant because it becomes more about like, I guess, the narrative they're going for, but you're still having fun with the cards in a way. Anyway, that's all really. But no, I did like Inscryption, and I thought that so you start a new game and then like there's a chapter select, so you can go back to each section depending on what you want to do. But I thought the meta stuff, like they figured it out. They brought it back. I guess I don't know how you would do that live action bit without. I don't know what the alternative would be.
Live action is cringe.
It is, and I don't know how to make that work. Maybe if you did it without actually cutting to live action and it was just like the dialogue of the player. But even then, it's, like if you did a bit of like I'm thinking of like almost like a beginner's guide kind of thing, but I don't know. But it's the part I would say that I was the most like turned off by. And the final stinger was like, all right, I'm not gonna hate on that. Like that worked out for what the rest of the game was doing. But those sequences I was describing where you get to sit across in 1v1, you get to duel with each of the four afterwards. Like I was like, those are fucking great. I really like that, So yeah, that's my feelings on Inscryption.
Have you tried out Casey's mod yet?
No.
So that's I think it's in like the beta branch or something like that, where they're expanding on part 1 of the game.
Cool.
To be a full thing.
Wait, you told me about that. Yes, right. Yeah.
Because
it's good enough.
The overwhelming response is, yeah, that other stuff was cool though, but I still just want more of the first part.
Exactly. The narrative you made is a fun thing. However, this is a card game I like playing. I want more of that. And it's also the type of game that like works. It fits nicely into that genre for me, where I'm like, I want Into the Breach or I want Bumbo. I want a game where I can just like listen to a podcast, click, and just like go through something and like build a deck and have fun with that rule set. Like I enjoy that style of game, and I had a definite like desire for that right now. So I would love an expanded version of the first act. That'd be fantastic.
Man, I really wish there was a full thing of Grimora's section. That bums me out.
It's like the way you move about the board in her section is it's like a chessboard on the map, and then like you piece by piece and you bump into someone and then you start a new fight, and then like you put the bones down and then the skeletons come out and knock the board and stuff. It's cool. It's cool to see Grimora's, yeah. In any case, though, very interesting, unique game out of nowhere. And yeah, didn't know at all that the creator had previously done meta type things. So this is dope. And
so one of the more interesting things is that if you go to the Steam page right now, the featured trailer does have live action in it.
Oh.
And I think that is a response to the kind of emotion you're describing.
I didn't sign up for this. What the fuck is happening?
Where now they're like, hey, you can see.
No, it helps to know what comes past that, and I'm glad that I did push through. But yeah, this is something that might be interesting to visit. Maybe down the line, I was thinking like, maybe this might be fun if Reggie checks it out. But I also know that Reggie's like super not into card games. But yeah, it's good.
I don't know if I'm into card games. I play so much goddamn Runeterra, but then I do the robot section and I feel like the dumbest motherfucker in the world.
I play enough Teppen that I can't not be at this point. I have to accept
your rank is too high in Teppen.
I have to accept that I'm clearly into some form of card games.
Yeah, you're too good at it.
Yeah, Inscryption good. All right, end of spoilers.
Goodbye, spoiler warning.
Other things from this week. Really briefly, I took there's not much to say about it right now, but for those who are unaware, the JoJo spin-off manga has started. Crazy Diamond's Demonic Heartbreak chapter 1 is out and being translated, and really early to tell, but so far they're doing something that I like, and it's definitely a not a fan service, but there's a fan service element that is clearly being scratched by this manga by going like, step 1, introduce like Whole Horse and introduce Josuke in the same manga chapter at the same time, you know, and a couple other part three villains, doing their thing. Time has passed, and there's an aspect so far they've introduced which is like, hey man, were you a slave for Dio? Yeah. Doesn't it suck that he's like, you're still obsessed with him all these years later, even though he's dead? Is it kind of fucking you up that like Dio was a thing in your life for a minute? And they're like, yeah, fuck that.
I think I heard that Mariah is there.
Yeah.
Which I want to say Mariah is my pick for JoJo villain I can't believe didn't end in a fatality. And the idea that she's able to walk like at all is like one of the most unbelievable things in all of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
She's too hot to die, man.
Okay.
You know the rules. Yeah. Also, Whole Horse has 3 watches on. and the time, and like has his times all synced ever since he lost, because he lost by the fucking slight hair of a clock. So now he's obsessed with having a precise time. It's funny. But yeah, let's see where this goes. If you're gonna dig into something with these characters, because Whole Horse is like a cool guy, but like, what are you gonna do with him beyond him being Whole Horse? And if the answer is yeah, fucking Dio though, huh? Try getting over that shit. Like,
yeah, that was a bummer with his charisma.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we wind up in Morio. It doesn't say whether it takes place pre or post DIU though. So I think it's pre, but it's the exact year. It's 1999, but it's 1999, so it's the same year, but I don't know if it's taking place before or after the events. It feels like it's pre, but I didn't have a confirmation on that.
Man, what's going on with that town?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's pretty noisy. Yeah, so that started. Go check it out. I have for the longest while, pretty much forever, but especially since the Creed movies came out, I wanted to go back and watch Rockies. I wanted to watch the Rockies.
I got so confused when you said that.
Yeah.
Because me and Paige were just laughing about Butt Rock last night, and so when you said the Creed movies, I thought you were be like,
Creed?
Can you take me higher? I thought you were talking like, wait, Creed, the band
Creed.
got a movie?
No. Rocky,
Okay, got it.
I remember, I think you did the marathon some years ago.
I watched Rockies 1 through 6, but I haven't watched Creed yet.
Yeah, so I keep hearing
I didn't
about
hear good things about Creed 1. I heard better things about Creed 2.
Other way around. I heard Creed 1 is unbelievable, and I heard Creed 2 sucks. That's what I heard.
Oh man,
so
that's tough.
I'm curious. But either way, I was like, yeah, let's go do this. And of course, I know Rocky through memes, and I know like all the bits of that are, you know, parodied and everything, parodied in Fresh Prince. You see the robot and all this kind of wild shit. And everything, every show that I listen to, fucking like Reggie came in one day and was like, yeah, I watched all the Rocky movies. I don't know, whatever. Like it's just such a thing that's always going on. So I was like, all right, let me just get this done already. Went back and watched that, and it is hilarious in that I can't think of a more dated thing I've ever seen. It is the most dated media I've ever fucking watched.
Rocky 1. Like did you just watch Rocky 1?
Yeah, just Rocky 1
so far. Okay, so the Rocky series is like, how do I put this? It's like watching Resident Evil turn into Devil May Cry 5.
I know exactly what you mean. Yes.
Because when I think of Rocky, the one that I had always thought of as a child is Rocky's going to go fight communism. Rocky's going to go fight communism for America. And the robot is there, and he's the Superman. And then you start watching Rocky 1, and it is a dirty, pathetic, depressing, uncomfortable, kind of terrifying movie.
Everyone sucks. Go ahead.
What's his name? Uncle Nicky?
Adrian's
Uncle
brother?
Uncle Paulie. Him, like, smashing their living room to bits with an umbrella, screaming at her that she needs a man.
A bat. He's holding a bat.
That he gave up his life so she could fucking live at home. Is just,
garbage.
Fucking no good.
Garbage.
And it's just like, it's terrifying.
Yeah, and the whole time,
scary.
The whole time, right? He's garbage, and you're like, okay, I'm waiting for the part where he does something unforgivable, and like fucks the whole thing up, or does, you know? And it never quite happens. Instead, there's just a punchline where he shows up at the fight with a hooker as date, and that's it. You know, and it's like, I paid $250 for her, you know. And that's like, okay, so this whole thing it is because here's why it's so bizarre. Because it's not just, it's 70s Philly through the lens of Hollywood, right? So it is simultaneously like horrifying and gross and dirty while also ridiculous and over the top. Like, this is only happening in movie land.
Because you can't have the realism of the real 70s. It has the realism of the TV movie 70s.
Exactly.
The most they could get away with.
Like when he's doing the fucking jog through the burning dumpsters, and SpongeBob was just like, "Oh my god, like, is that Philly?" And I'm like, "Well, think about what you heard about Times Square in the 70s, right?
Yeah.
Before the fucking cleanup. Now think about what's happening down in Philly at that time, you know?" So yeah, it's probably that bad. But at the same time, while you know that's what's happening in reality, and you're seeing a bit of that there, he's also walking out of the fucking the boxing the training gym, hitting the corner to a bunch of like smooth talking, and his brother and the bunch of dudes that are "Take Me Back" doing a cappella around the dumpster fire,
burning trash
barrel, and it's like, yeah, right, 2 a.m. in fucking South Philly is a bunch of white dudes on the streets singing a cappella, clean in their leather jackets. You know,
it's like, because I just can't get over what a different movie Rocky was than the movie that I was expecting. Because the bit with Uncle Paulie losing his mind and screaming at Adrian, it always sticks out to me because Rocky does not act like a hero. Like, Paulie trashes it, and like, I think he destroys the turkey.
He throws the first time he comes in, he throws the turkey out. The second time around, he smashes everything.
And he's going nuts, and he's screaming at her, "Get out of my house, you ruined my life," and all this shit. And like, Rocky just goes like, "So do you want to go out? We can go out. We go to the ice. You go to the ice rink." And it's
no. He already did that. Yeah. Like, later, he's like, "Hey, so you need a roommate?" And
right,
like,
you're right. Yeah, but like, what I mean is like, he's not like, he's a big tough boxer, and Paulie's just some fucking schlub, right?
Yeah,
and you expect the hero of my story to stand up and be like, but he's not. He's a weirdo.
Because I assumed at that point he's thinking family code, though. You know?
Totally.
You can't go
And
swinging on the family.
And then the other scene that sticks out as like the last thing that I expected, because it had been such a staple of boxing, cinema, and storytelling forever, which is Burgess Meredith set the tone for every boxing coach to ever follow, right? Right? And you gotta get him in there, right? That's what I expected. What I didn't expect is that when he finally goes to talk to Rocky, the actual scene is Rocky telling him to leave, and then for Stallone to just scream at him through his door, audible out into the street for like 10 minutes. Just
not to his face.
How dare you come to me? Like,
right. But then also the weird part there is like you're thinking like, oh, so he's been shit to him because he's had potential and he wastes it. But then the opportunity comes and he's going to be like, hey, I see a chance for you, kid. And you're like, but like everyone at that point is grubbing for money because of the payday. So you're like, oh, well, he's going to come and do something to show you that he's not in it for the money. He's in it for the heart. And like, no!
He's not in it for the heart. He's in it for the glory because he's 90.
But I know, and he says, I'm an old man, right? But Mickey shows up like everybody else at that point, and he doesn't, you expect him to say something to the effect of, I'm not going to get paid. Don't even pay me. I'll do it for free, right? And that never happens. He just says, get the fuck out, or he doesn't he doesn't say get the fuck out, but he goes to the bathroom, and then he leaves embarrassed because he's like, oh, you came grubbing for money talking about being a manager like anyone else would be at that point. And then after yelling through the door, he runs out to him and goes, okay, fine, I'll take the shot. You know?
Yeah.
And it's okay, but like Mickey is not doing anything particularly heroic there, considering everyone was all about the money at that point. You know?
Yeah, everyone is like awful in
Completely.
Rocky 1. It's astonishing.
Yeah,
it's wild. Like every character like kind of sucks. The only one that isn't like a bad person is Adrian, but she spends more than half of the movie like so awkward and so withdrawn that she doesn't talk to anyone.
Completely quiet, introverted type, which I could see that being like something that is like, oh, that's probably a very unique casting choice, because movies from the 70s at the time probably want a blonde bombshell to be on the poster, you know, as like the champ's girl, but instead going with an awkward, like shy librarian mousy type, you know, you get a very different thing. So it's like, okay, that's interesting, that's cool. And then the first date happens and you're just like, ooh, this is taking a while. Do you remember that first date?
By modern standards, the way that Rocky pursues Adrian is kind of terrifying.
It's crazy.
I watched it with Paige for the first time.
Yeah.
Like a little while ago, and like watching it with my girl, we're just sitting there going, oh man, this is so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like she says she's gonna leave, and he like puts his hand on the door and is like,
Kabedons her.
No, girl,
don't go, please don't go. He Kabedons her into the corner and like it's a slow progression all the way up from the like, hey, come on in. I said she's, and then while inside, she's like, I don't want to. She says no like 3 times. Yeah. And it's you know, and he does all the stuff that you're like, is there going to be a pullout at some point to show you like, oh, you might think he's this big lug, but he's actually pretty sensitive because he's got the animals, so you know he's sensitive, right? So is there going to be a pullout?
He loves this fish.
A pullout to be like, oh, okay, well, you know, and there's no pullout. He just completely.
No, the pullout is to them like cuddling on the couch in a different scene.
He just corners her, and then she's awkwardly like, and then he just goes in he takes the glasses off and goes right on in. And then it's like, okay, and by movie rules, the next scene, she's like, well, I guess I'm with him now.
And what you'll see for Rocky 2 onwards is that getting that good dick changed her life. And now all of that awkwardness and shyness has been driven out.
It's gone from the scene after they hook up.
Yeah, but like, there's no hint of it ever again.
Okay.
Like, ever. It's gone.
Because she's immediately like, well, I'm on your side. I'm in your corner. I'm with you. I'm here. You know, you're my dude. That's how you do it. And you're just like, yeah, I guess that's your 70s movie. Like, it's just,
it's
you had to.
It's quite possible that a fit, young, aspiring actor, writer who was a proud Italian American and a softcore porn actor,
the Italian Stallion,
would have written a story in which the shy girl just needed to get some of that good dick to come out of her shell.
She didn't know she needed it.
It seems like that is a definite possibility.
She needed it. That's what it was. And then the scene after, when fucking her brother's losing his mind, how does he tear her down? He's like, "Oh, you're busted. You're not a virgin anymore." And it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude.
It's so brutal. It's
having no agency in the situation, it's immediately followed by, you goddamn whore.
You're like, it's crazy.
Rocky, what is wild? It's fucking nuts. So anyway, there's all that, right? What else is happening? I've known for a million years that the boxing itself is terrible. I've known that the whole time. So I already went in like expecting to see the hilarity of
what's important though is how little of the film boxing actually takes up.
Yes, that's exactly it. So I'm like, the boxing is going to be terrible. I know this. Blocking with your face. That's clearly the way we do this, right? Like, I can't. Anyway, needless to say that just what little bare bones beginner ass experience I have with boxing, it's like rule -1 is put your hands up. Just you put them up to stop the fucking constant jabs from happening. So whatever. There's been a million other more qualified people that have laughed about this forever. We don't need to get into that. The fact that he gets picked as a random spectacle. And it's like, okay, that's the message of the American opportunity thing. But like behind that, really, Creed is Apollo's, like doctoring the situation to make himself look better. And he's too busy taking business calls while Rocky's training on the meat. Which, by the way, when the news interview happens and they show you him punching the meat, they then cut to full screen dramatic cuts of a 5-minute montage of him punching the meat. I'm like, what news story is this that just cuts from all like dialogue, all like interview questions to just the montage of him punching the meat? You literally see him get picked, and then all the build-up to him being the like the way he gets introduced at the end of the movie towards the fight, it makes sense for the protagonist of the movie to be introduced in that way. It's almost as if everyone in the movie knows him and knows where he comes from and what's going on.
Right.
But from the perspective of the rest of the world, why would you give that much of a shit or talk about him at all? He didn't have any exhibitions in between. There was no build-up. There was no in-ring anything between the beginning and the fucking end of the movie. There was 2 fights. You know? So by the time he's walking down,
Rocky movies tend to have one fight at the beginning, sparring, training, and then one fight at the end. And like that's the formula.
It is so funny to see like how much everyone is aware of the fact that they're in a movie where this guy's the protagonist, because even the announcers are like, yeah, Rocky Balboa now doing that, and it's like, if you had just seen a random guy whose name was picked off a list and then the fight would actually be happening, there'd be so much like going into who he was or establishing anything for people, you know, but it just gets he immediately gets elevated.
You didn't see into that because that was all off camera, because we were dealing with the people who already knew with Rocky.
Of course. And like, you got to be real now. At the end of the day, you're talking about random bum from Philly who's getting picked to be the people's champion, and he's a white guy that's an Italian that's about to go trounce a black dude. Of course he's the fucking hero. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Come on.
But the takeaway from Rocky 1 is that he's the hero not because he won, because he doesn't.
He stayed in. He stayed standing.
That he could have been a contender, which is an old boxing.
Exactly. He went the distance.
Could have made it.
He went the distance.
The whole thing is the whole. I don't know what to call it. Fantasy is that like I could have gone pro. Becomes like no, you really could have. That's not just an idle boast. You could have, which is why it becomes so crazy to see Rocky turn into G.I. Joe.
Okay, I'm prepared.
Because you've seen that shit from like Rocky 4 and 5 where it's just like he's Superman, he's American hero.
Bits and pieces all broken up throughout my life, you know.
I think Rocky 1 and Rocky 2 are the best ones by far. And it's because they're the two that take place in what I would call the slime universe that is Philadelphia,
the fictional USA. Yeah.
And Rocky 2, like the most interesting thing about it is dealing with the fallout that he did not win the fight.
Okay.
And Apollo dealing with the fallout that he didn't just knock him out in like a second.
So I mean, the other things too, where you're just like all this time that we spend not boxing, is spent like. Rocky's pulling 12-year-olds off the street, being like, go to bed or else you'll become a whore. And she's like, screw you, Rocky. And he's like,
I tried to do my best.
You know, and I'm like, wait, but wasn't that the same street corner where you told the kids, hey, you guys are sounding pretty good because your brother was singing Take Me Back? Like, How come they're no good anymore? It's the same kids, you know? Anyway.
It's weird because what happened to Rocky is exactly the same thing that happened to Stallone's other written property, which was First Blood.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen First Blood, right?
No, but I know that it doesn't become Rambo until everything after that.
So John Rambo in First Blood is the Rocky Balboa of Rocky 1 in Rambo Town. He is a sad, pathetic, PTSD'd out drifter. Who is just trying not to kill himself, and he becomes like,
you have to awaken the beast.
I'm gonna pick up the machine gun.
Yeah. So, what was the fucking thing? Oh yeah, the part where like, you know, he's like, oh, he's working, he's a bum, and he's working for a 2-bit mobster, but he doesn't break the thumbs. Right, shows you, oh, he's got a heart. He's a good guy. You know, deep down he's kind of dumb.
This is all the work he can get.
Yeah, except for when it comes to giving that good dick, in which case you gotta go right through, you know. But that's the thing is like that. Even before that, like when they actually go on the date and you actually spend the 10 minutes in real time listening to him just drone on about nothing, and you're like, oh my god, he's so dumb. He's there's really nothing going on, you know?
I think there's one of those things that I laugh really, really hard about it. Because I think it's a writing mistake they made in the second Rocky movie that relates to him working for the mob. He works for the mob, and there's the driver who is the biggest piece of shit in the world. Antagonistic just to be antagonistic.
For no reason. He doesn't like you.
Shits all over Adrian, calls her a bunch of names, implies that she's right?
Take him to the zoo. They love the zoo.
So the thing is, there's a romantic scene with Rocky and Adrian in the zoo.
I know. I heard about that.
Every time I get to that part, I lose my fucking mind. Because I'm like, is that why Rocky brought her to the fucking zoo?
I heard about how they actually go to the zoo later.
It feels like a mistake. It feels like a screw-up.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, man. Dude, like, it is such a fucking trip to just, like, turn your brain off and, like, let this go where it goes. And at the same time, though, like, there's some stuff where I'm like, damn, I wish I could have been in a theater in 76 to watch the shot of him jogging alongside the boat and then breaking into the full sprint. That shot is awesome. And I've seen it parodied a million times, but it's still,
there's a reason why Rocky invented the montage, the training montage.
You know, and of the stairs, of course, is the, you know, your big takeaway. but that fucking jog shot is still as good, like incredible. And I'm like, yeah, no, I see the nominations that this movie got.
In Rocky, I think it's in Rocky Balboa, there is the funniest dry undersold joke about the training montage that I think I've ever seen. It's like, because you've seen it parodied a million times, right? And they have their own spin on it, where Rocky in 6 is old. He's in his 60s, right? And he's kind of bummed out about something.
Balboa, that is to say, right?
Yeah, Rocky Balboa. It's Rocky 6. And somebody goes up to him and is like, "What's wrong, Rocky? Is it because they took your statue?" And it's like, wait, Rocky takes place in the real world
where the statue got made?
A Rocky statue?
It takes place in the world where Bill Burr tore down the city of Philadelphia for worshiping a fake movie, for having a fake movie hero. And he's in that world existing. Yes, exactly.
It's so weird. It's so bizarre.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, I'm like fucking dying at how ridiculous all of that is. And like Punch Mom is just kind of like, oh boy, okay. How many of them is there? Are we we really doing all of this? Because that was that was fun for a gag, but oh boy, that's a lot.
Currently there are 8.
Yeah. I feel bad subjecting like her to like the ridiculousness of this, because it's like, okay, there's supposed to be a thing where this is a ridiculous goof, but deep down there's some fun, serious, good stuff. And I mean, knowing that this is like where we're starting, and then it stays good for a bit and then goes even further off the fucking rails.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna get there, man.
Also, Rocky is one of the pioneers, and you start to see it in 3 and 4 and 5. And I don't know what it's called. There's a term for it, but it is. I'm gonna say my own, and if anybody remembers the right term, you'll remember. There is such a extreme performative heterosexuality.
Oh yeah, okay.
About just how not gay Rocky is and not gay Creed is, that in the modern context, it's like these dudes are cheating on their wives. These dudes, they're fucking. This is. I'm specifically thinking of 3 where they're running at the beach and splashing each other.
Oh
with
yeah,
water.
dude. No, you're talking
like,
about
wow.
You're talking about
man.
Top Gun volleyball. You know.
Oh man, Top Gun has inverted.
Like, yeah.
Top Gun is the greatest.
Did you mean to say inverted?
Yes, I did. Top Gun's entire like sexuality of that whole movie has 100% upside down inverted. It's hilarious.
So that's like when you that's exactly what you're describing. Yeah, no, we all know that. You know, the I don't know what you would call it, but like the muscle cam moments of these various movies is like, yeah,
there's just like a slow motion shot of Rocky on the beach, like, and they're zooming in on like the rippling muscles as he's like splashing his friend with water and like running away and going, ha 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 ha, you can't catch me. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Tom's playing volleyball. Fuck out of here, lady. You know, that's what you play volleyball with the boys to get you ready for the date later that night. You know, that's what gets you excited. Yeah. No, I mean I'm glad that the pace has been set for the absurdity that is Rocky 1. And like I said, I know that this is also like the most real filmmaking is to be found here in these first 2. So I don't know how to go about, like, I'm you know what, like, I'm like, I said, look, we can try the second one, and like if she's got to tap out, then she's just gonna tap out.
The second one is great. What's probably of most interest to you, if you're gonna like go through this whole thing, is Rocky 4 is a cartoon.
Okay.
But Stallone, I don't know if he finished it, but he's in the process of recutting it.
Oh yeah, that the director's cut is already out. I heard about that.
It's out. Apparently, it's like much better.
Yeah,
with
some scenes. I've heard about some scenes being redubbed, re-replaced. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid.
I think there's one part about that I don't like, which is, you mentioned it earlier, so I don't feel bad about mentioning it, where they take out the robot.
The robot.
There is a science fiction, like from today's future robot that is a character in Rocky 4.
Yep.
And just wow.
I have both versions, and I'm absolutely watching the version that has it, because fuck you. I'm going to miss out on that. As well as whatever the original recording is of him doing his oh cry, which I've heard. I've heard a ton about. Oh,
yeah, there's a lot in there.
So yeah, no, I'm gonna do it. And what I'm actually looking forward to the most is the boxing getting real, which I believe by Creed it's real boxing now.
Yeah, you only have to get through about 7 movies.
Great, that's great. Oh! Yeah, the adventure. I didn't know how impossibly dated. Because the thing is things that are literally more dated are black and white. And so your brain doesn't care about trying to like recognize it as a modern concept, a modern thing. You don't try to relate to it because it's just black and white, you know? Anyway, incredible. Good stuff.
Also, you got to get through all of these so that we can talk about how much I don't like Rocky 5 and if you agree.
Oh, everybody everyone goes on about how 4 and Balboa are pieces of shit and Balboa is the worst. It didn't need to exist. I keep hearing.
They're wrong. No, 5 is an abomination.
Okay. Well,
5 is like the shittiest fucking Rocky movie of all time.
Yeah, right there in the chat. I like Rocky 5, followed immediately by somebody going, Rocky 5 is garbage.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I love it.
Well,
Start arguing. All of you argue now.
fight to the death, and the winner is right. Anyway, so that was a good time. In terms of over on the channel, we have wrapped up with Silent Hill, at least in terms of the stream. The episodes are coming now.
Oh, can I ask you some questions about that?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the ending of Silent Hill? And did you get good plus? I think you did.
I got good plus, and then I went back and watched the rest.
Got it.
And then someone had a really good explanation about the reasons why you're kind of supposed to get them in set different orders, and the impact each one has, which it was a really good comment kind of describing, like, you're supposed to kind of like get a bad ending, and then the ending kind of clues you in to what the next thing you need is. Yeah. Right? Whether it's him throwing the thing or, there's always a little piece to show you, oh, maybe go focus on that next time to get the better ending. So yeah, that was cool. I pretty sure I pieced it together and got what was going on. Bad minus, holy fuck at that. Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, it's like, really? You're going to do this? Okay.
That was super brutal.
Hey, it's based off Jacob's Ladder. It makes sense.
And then the other thing being the memories of shattered memories that I had coming back to be like, oh yeah.
So Shattered Memories is a direct sequel to Bad Minus.
Perfect sense.
Like, right? And like now you have finally caught up to just about how crazy I was feeling when I got there. And I'm like, shut up! You made a sequel 15 years later to an alternate ending? Get out of here!
Yeah. And Bad Minus was that was the most holy shit. That's brutal of all of them, you know? Like, fuck me, that ending was rough. So no, that was great. And I talked about what I felt about the obtuseness of the other things, so that's all there. Just the level to which that last boss fight is like you can't run from it. No, you can't really dodge it. Just unload and get lucky.
Silent Hill's final boss is the absolute pinnacle of bad survival horror design, in that the only thing available to you is, did you prep for this or not?
Mm-hmm.
If you did, there's nothing to do but win. If you didn't, there's nothing to do but lose.
And and pretty much like never allow a reload animation to occur. Always pause. Never allow a healing like moment to go by. Like, you just stand and dump shots into the fucking thing. It's such a ridiculous end challenge bit that like the game asks you to turn it into a full-on combat mode situation when it couldn't handle that otherwise, you know. But yeah, I knew about, of course, the psychological aspects and the horror, and these slightly eldritch things. I didn't know that we were workshopping drugs, government, science, and cartels.
Yeah.
Cool.
Why not?
Cool. It's good. Why not, indeed.
It's wild thinking back to the year that came out. I want to say it was 99. And just like how far above it was its own contemporaries in terms of that genre. Like, Resident Evil was a great series of games, and I love them to death, but like, there's only so much actual anxiety or fear you can get out of them because they're cartoony.
The problem is selling the idea of bad controls on purpose to the player in a time when like controls are trying to figure out how to handle 3D.
It made a lot more sense back then, let me tell you.
You know? We were trying to figure out how to deal with like Siphon Filter and Mega Man Legends 3D platforming, and then this game came along and said, okay, but what if we made it worse so that it's scarier though? You know, you're like,
I was always under the impression that was a lie. I was always under the impression that was a lie because of they just knew that the game was never going to control as good as Resident Evil.
I mean, Alone in the Dark predates this, though, right? Like, they deliberately went this way.
And Alone in the Dark controls like shit. I don't know when the last time you played that. But
but it's doing that rotational tank control thing. Yeah.
There's something wild that happens in Silent Hill 5, which is called Homecoming, which you might be familiar with.
Little testing here and there.
In which the character controls a lot more smoothly. Because, for the first time ever, the character is somebody who is in the armed forces, so they would control more like an action game, and they would do a better job controlling it, despite the fact that that's not true!
Okay.
Which actually kind of falls apart.
Okay. But there's lore reasons why the controls improve. Interesting.
The lore reasons is that the character you're playing as is a soldier, so it would make more sense that they would be more combat ready and control more easily with shooting and stabbing and whatnot.
Sure. So in future games, when there's options for like analog, is that just deleting tank controls?
If you go on to Silent Hill 2, which I would suggest, it's a great game, there is 2D movement, which is the deletion of tank controls.
Yeah, okay.
And there's 3D movement. I don't know which one I would recommend.
Interesting.
Because the 2D movement feels very good and very snappy and really, really excellent. for about 90% of the time. And then you hit a bad camera angle, and you just go, and then you just go to move a certain direction, and you just go off to the wrong direction.
Yeah, the DMC4 problem.
And you can switch between them on the fly, and you get to feel exactly why the decisions were made to use tank controls for these games in the first place. Because like it does control better most of the time, but the times that it doesn't is the worst.
And the camera angles are made to clue, and at least in one here, are made to clue you into things and to fuck you up running from those dogs.
I still think my favorite camera angle in a game ever is the Silent Hill one, and it's right at the beginning. It's when you
the drunken cam.
When you hit that corner, when you're going into the first plot where you spot monsters, and the camera is looking at Harry, and it zooms down and behind him as he goes around the corner.
The L shot.
It is, at the time, that was the most mind-blowing camera movement of ever, with no question for any game. And when I was sitting in the Silent Hill movie, and they hit that alley, I'm like, they're going to replicate that camera movement to a T, because it is like the most impressive thing about that game ever, and they did. So good for them. You did do a good camera.
Don't fuck that up. Okay.
Basically.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I mean, you know, that was the adventure, and properly dated, good fun. Yeah, almost like Rocky, right? You're going back and you're like, yeah, I see the dust on this thing. But it did its job, and yes. Indeed, that should be episodes are coming out over on the channel. In the meantime, with that, there is a brand new gap in the schedule. So this week we get to start some new things. Of course, we will be playing Silent Hill 2 starting this week. So,
oh my god,
that should be fun. I did a quick boot up to check, and I saw like, oh yeah, this PC modded direct cut thing looks like it's good, looks like it's running. So that's a thing. In the meantime, Mortal Shell also wrapped up, and here's what I can say: all the impressions I gave last time continue, except the further you go, the jankier it gets, and the jank got worse and worse.
Oh no.
That area that I said was really beautiful continues to be very beautiful, but it's so big and empty that who cares? And you kind of end up wandering around a large space where, when you're playing a Souls game, for example, you're like, well, there might be something over there, and hey, look, there was an item over there, there was a reason to wander 10 minutes in that direction. But in this case, there's a whole lot of, nope, there's nothing there. It was just a big empty space. That feels bad. And then I started hitting some bugs and some cool stuff was happening. But while the cool stuff was happening, I hit a bug where in the middle of a boss fight on phase 2, I lost the ability to parry completely. It was gone. And then I started sliding instead of running. And it was just like, oh my god, this jank. I would rather the game crash than sort of function, but take away the things that, like, I need. It feels like I was being punished for, like, you know, rage quitting or something. Like, it was, anyway. So you fight through some of the jank, and there's some cool stuff, but boy, is that, there's a point at which you're like, okay, no, that whole thing about the small team, there's smaller games that are more polished here, and there's an enhanced edition where they made a lot of changes for PS5 and improved some stuff, but they didn't improve some major gameplay things, including the fact that enemies will be unspawned because they're still loading in, and you'll run past a spawn point and it'll be safe, and then an enemy will attack you from behind because you were too quick to pass its spawn point.
That's not okay. Come on.
So some of the difficulty comes from, like, that wasn't there a minute ago, but now it is because, sorry, you just didn't turn the camera at the right time. Anyway, that wraps up with some fun stuff, though. And then that leaves another gap as well. So yeah, the 2 new LPs we're going to be starting Silent Hill 2, and I'm also going to be playing Miles Morales.
Oh, that game's good.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That game's really good.
Just gonna have to take note of the music and kill that shit at certain points. Because
I thought there was a DMCA thing for that.
Nope, there is no DMCA toggle. People have gotten their shit blown up, and there are, I believe, like actual Kid Cudi tracks that just play out in the open. So, gotta be fast and loose on the mute button. But fortunately, you can pause mid cutscene and kill the music. So I think we're gonna be okay.
Give me a break, man.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Also, Miles and music is a thing, so we need a solution to this, and I don't know what it is. You know, Twitch's
recommended solution is to play the game completely muted.
Yeah. I don't imagine there's a world where they strike up a deal where it's like, we'll put an ad for the song below the stream and you'll be okay.
Well, I mean, you know, Wooly, failing that, you can just do what the co-owners of Evo do and just stream yourself watching full-length feature films on Twitch.
Get some Avatar in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're big enough and popular enough, then you're immune.
You only get a suspension. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, no. I think we're just gonna be aggressively on that music button. Anyway, so yeah, that starts this week. Come hang out. It should be fun. And of course, good stuff over on the anime, as we've got tons of new shit dropping on the YouTube channel. So yeah, it's Wooly Versus on Twitch and on YouTube.
Just a heads up for you, Wooly. You're gonna want to check out Silent Hill 1's. Did you see what their UFO ending?
I sure did.
Okay, because that exists in its own canon.
Yeah.
So you do want
I'm aware. I do know that the UFO and dog endings are like continuations of each other.
Yeah, it's the zaniest thing ever. And for my own stream, it's pretty normal this week. I forgot to mention what I was actually doing, but the only thing of note is going to be that on Wednesday, me and Paige are going to head over into Monster Hunter Rise. So come and check that out. I'm sure it will be interesting and not at all frustrating. Not at all.
There you go. All right. Quick break?
Yeah, let's take a quick break.
All right. Be right back.
More like P.
All right. Quick word from our sponsors.
Dude, I love our sponsors and their quick words.
The first of these words comes to us from Bombus.
Hey, Bombus. I could use some new socks right now. Could Bombus help me?
Yeah, Bombus' mission is simple: to make the most comfortable clothes ever, match every item sold with an equal item donated. So when you buy Bombus, you're also given to someone in need. It's about the socks. You want good quality socks. It's real simple. It's real simple. These
I
days,
just want my feet to feel nice.
that's it. And like, my sock time used to be like, going out and like I'd try to find something nice for home, but I'd be barefoot a bunch of the times. And these days, I'm like, I want more foot comfort. So it's prime sock time, I guess, these days. And what do you want to deal with? You want to deal with holes in the back of it and just garbage, linty, terrible. Like, just stop it. You want good quality designer soft materials like merino wool, prima cotton, even cashmere socks.
That's so opulent.
Fancy. You want to be fancy? Get yourself some cashmere. There's a pair of Bombas socks for everything you do. Tons of options. They've also got t-shirts with thoughtful design features like invisible seams, soft fabric, perfect height so they hang just right, and underwear. So you got the barely there feel, second skin support. If you're looking for that too, it's not just about the high quality socks.
You telling me I can swaddle my dick and balls in cashmere?
And your body and your feet. All of them. Especially your junk.
Wow.
All you got to do is go to bombas.com/superbeast to get 20% off any purchase. That's bombas.com/superbeast for 20% off. bombas.com/superbeast. Thanks, Bombas.
Thanks, Bombas.
The podcast is also sponsored by HelloFresh. This week, we're talking about the foods. We're talking about getting good eats in your tummies. It's I think you want to live. If you want to live and get the food in you to stay live, then it's good to get the healthy food in you.
So that you stay live.
I did, and you can stay live for more if you get yourself some of that farm fresh, pre-proportioned ingredients, seasonal recipes, and good food, so that you're not crapping up your butt and stuff. Stop crapping up your butt and
I'll crap down your butt. Get the good food in so it comes out smooth.
There you go. That's important. You wouldn't think, but that's actually what it's about. You don't want to do damage. You don't want
to get the monster dropper that tears you up.
And and HelloFresh is they got their meals that are by chefs that know what the fuck they're doing, because you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
And you're gonna go head over to the grocery store and stare around like an idiot. You don't know what's going on. You can barely
while
make
some
it out
guy
there.
coughs on you and he goes, no, it's cool, I'm wearing my mask, and you see that it's not over his nose.
Terrible. Just get in with the pre-proportioned ingredients that make you feel like a champion, because you get to feel like you made it. I got to try out some of the saucy barbecue beef meatballs and the pork stir fry, and it was great. It was great. And while I wasn't the one, I'm pretty sure Punch Mom felt like a champ. with them ingredients.
Don't ask her or anything. Just assume.
No. Actually,
how could she not have felt like a champ?
I did ask, and she said that it was cool because there were more spices and garnishes than she usually would use on things. So it felt fancy to kind of like take the detail work up to another level, So there you go. That's good.
See?
That's good.
If you buy a HelloFresh meal kit, you will make your significant other happy to cook for you because it will be easier to do.
And it will taste good.
You're saving them work
Hey.
because
And
they've
it'll-
had a hard day.
And it'll taste good.
It'll taste great.
You can repeat that last one.
It'll taste great.
Go to hellofresh.com/superbeast16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. That is a whole lot. That's hellofresh.com/superbeast16 and code superbeast16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. Yeah, that's America's #1 meal kit. Thanks, HelloFresh.
Thank you, HelloFresh.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Uncommon Goods, who are in the business of getting you exactly what the name describes. When you're getting gifts for people, you want to get something unique, you want to get something thoughtful, and you want to go a little off the beaten path and find something that speaks, to what your tastes are, what their tastes are, and something a little original. Uncommon Goods is perfect for that. They've got thousands of thoughtful gifts that you can't find elsewhere. One-of-a-kinds that are perfect for upcoming things like, birthdays, Valentine's, always a possibility around the corner. Just because we're past the holidays doesn't mean that the giving is over. Oh, no.
Yeah, it never stops. It's never over.
The cycle begins anew. You got to be thinking about...
Valentine's is coming up. You got to think up something good.
You got to get something good for the romantic date night. You got to have something, Can't be waiting until the last minute. And, most of what you're taking a look at, Uncommon Goods has basically a lot of handmade stuff that's straight from the U.S. They have out-of-the-ordinary gifts that... excuse me, are going to come in handy with these various upcoming dates. Plus, for every purchase you make, they give $1 back to a nonprofit of your choice. They've donated more than $2.5 million to date. I recently looked and I saw some stuff that seemed pretty cool. There was a 3D tic-tac-toe table game. The table game section had some stuff that I thought was dope, as well as a kind of like an analog Tetris game where you played with blocks that were kind of cut out of wood, and it looks like a cool thing for a wall mount.
Oh, that's cool.
So I thought that was pretty dope. And of course, I've talked before about the self-watering garden where the plants can't die, no matter how awful of a green thumb the caretaker might be. So, Uncommon Goods has a bunch of stuff that you can find. To get 15% off your next gift, go to uncommongoods.com/superbeast. That's uncommongoods.com/superbeast for 15% off. Don't miss out on the limited time offer. Uncommon Goods, all out of the ordinary. And last but not least, over here, this week the podcast is sponsored by Honey. They're all about the online shopping, and it's all about that promo code field where the money can be saved, but you're not allowed because you don't know the password. Like a bouncer. You don't know the secret thing to say so that the bouncer will let you in and hand you back a lot of cash that you can save on these different stores. Honey is basically going to help you save money by scouring the internet for promo codes. Oh, are we okay? Uh-oh. All right, I'll carry the rest of this. You figure that out, buddy. There's over 30,000 stores online where you're going to be shopping and you're going to be hitting a promo code section that you don't know the codes to, but Honey does. So if you've got Honey running, you're going to basically get yourself whatever you need, whatever you're interested in ordering. They're going to scour for the promo codes that'll apply to your cart and save you money just like that, right on checkout. You click apply coupons and it's done. I don't think Pat can hear about the honey right now, but that's okay.
I can in fact hear about honey.
Okay. Well, if you were, shopping for, I don't know, some headphones.
Yeah, some headphones.
You could possibly get some money saved on the cart. Over 17 million members with over $2 billion in savings. If you don't already have honey, you could be straight up missing out on free savings. It's free and installs in a few seconds. By getting it, doing yourself a solid and supporting the cast. So get honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thank you, honey.
Thank you, honey.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna need 10 minutes to charge these. They're literally dying. I couldn't hear half of what you were saying.
So I was gonna say these are the new model, but they don't have the thing where you can charge while they're on.
No, nothing.
No.
The Bose stuff doesn't.
Okay, we're gonna take 10 minutes. We'll be back as soon as those are good to go.
Sorry about this, everybody who's watching this live.
Oh, fuck off! They've got 2.5 hours, 3 hours out of us already. You can give 10 minutes to get another bunch of hours. This should be 3 podcasts every week. You guys get 1. It should be 3. Motherfuckers.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself so I can charge these.
Be right back. All right. We're back, and I just jeez. No, just
What?
but we're back. Robert Durst is dead. So
I don't know who that is.
That's the guy from the Jinx. Did you see the Jinx?
Who?
Okay. Do you remember in Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt? There was. Did you see that?
I saw the first 2 episodes.
Okay. He's a crazy fucking murderer from New York.
Oh, okay. So do we trade Bob Saget for Robert Durst?
Unfortunately, that seems to be the equivalent exchange. Yes.
Bummer.
Anyway.
Now, is he really dead, or is he just going to be living out the rest of his days in the lap of crypto luxury in the blockchain hills?
Seems like he's super dead for realsies. But the story, but like there's a documentary about him because he basically got away with like multiple murders, and there was always some kind of technicality or some bullshit that basically he got off on, and then the final thing, or at least of that story at the time, was they sat down to interview him about it, and then they kind of caught him like red-handed, so to speak, by like they found his handwriting matching the handwriting of like the killer from one of the scenes, and then he went to the bathroom because he started burping and like coughing and having a weird reaction to being caught. And so he said, let me go to the bathroom, and he did. But while he was in the bathroom, he was still wired up with the mic. And then he starts talking to himself and basically says, well, now they've got you. Of course, so what did you do? Of course you did it. You killed them all, of course. And he just completely confesses in the bathroom while he's wearing the mic.
That's awesome.
It's crazy.
And you did tell me that before.
It's crazy.
But I had forgotten. I forgot the person's name.
The hottest mic in the world. Yeah, so anyway, that guy.
That's great. So he's dead. Hooray!
Yeah. And it was, for anyone who has seen Kimmy Schmidt, Fred Armisen plays a really weird dude who's dating the Kimmy's landlord. And like it was like, who is this guy? Why is he such a weirdo? New York serial killer. And it's like, it's because he's playing the dude from the Jinx, Robert Durst.
Okay.
Anyway. All right. I had a couple things going on story wise. I guess the big ones right off the top are, holy fuck, Armored Core 6 seems to be a thing.
Hooray!
There are leaked screenshots coming from a consumer survey, and the screenshots were like, they had a bunch of watermarks on them.
Oh boy,
so they were ID watermarked, and the person did the best they could to hide the ID watermarking. So as a result, the screenshots are far from clear, but they do look like a next-gen ass Armored Core-ish thing is happening. And there's some details talking about, you know, what's to be expected of the third-person shooter mecha action title. And I know some of you were thinking, but wait, what if it's Chrome Hounds?
No.
There's one of them is flying right there.
That.
It's not Chrome Hounds. It's yeah. Well, you know,
my question is if they're going to take any of the lessons they've learned after making like 89 Souls games and bring them to Armored Core.
Well, I had a thought, right? And it's this. When you look at the entire FromSoft library, prior to Souls games, you're looking at a bunch of robot third-person shooters and a million first-person, like, dungeon crawling games.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they ever return to first person at this point in time.
No, never. No. Like,
what would that even be? Like, because they they still have more experience in those games than they do with Souls-likes.
I think the most
Soulsborne.
interesting thing about like the Souls games and Armored Core is that, like I say, I'm sure when I said that earlier, somebody's like, oh, don't ruin Armored Core by making them like Souls games. It's like Souls games, their general systems and controls are lifted from Armored Core. The buttons are all in the same locations. Armored Core doesn't have stamina, but it sure as fuck has energy. Like it's way closer right now than you would expect.
I would expect if they were going to do something like you were describing and take a lot of lessons from those games, they'd make a new IP for it because they have no problem creating new IPs. They're not afraid to do that. Versus taking something established like Armored Core and fucking it up a bit too much, right? So, I mean, it's the last one was V-Day?
I want to say that's accurate.
I think it was V-Day from
8?
13, 14? Anyway, it was less than a decade ago, but it was almost a decade ago or so. So I imagine they're 2013. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I imagine they're going to make an Armored Core game. That's, AC fans want AC. You're going to get that. But anytime they have a new idea, FromSoft has shown that, like, they're like, fuck it, just make a new IP. We don't give a shit. We'll make a new IP every 2 seconds. They don't care. Which I like. I like that.
If anything,
we're making Tenchu, but it's kind of like Soulsy. Fuck it. New thing.
But it's Tenchu. It's Tenchu.
New thing. Fuck it. Nuh-uh. That ain't Ricky Maru.
I want to see the return of the Laughing Hyena. Are you familiar with that pilot?
Which games?
I believe he's in multiple.
Okay.
Let me see. Laughing Hyena, Armored Core. All right. His icon is a fucked up dice, and the pilot of Laughing Hyena is named Patch the Good Luck.
Okay. That's cool.
The independent mercenary has more history on the field of battle than most, piloting a strange-looking reverse-legged craft. His favorite combat strategy is to snipe from the air or from concealed locations to catch their opponent off guard.
Very nice. Very nice. Perhaps a boot? That's good. A super kick would be amazing.
Yeah. And it's like you look at how it's designed, and it's like, oh yeah, no, that's just Patches. Can't get away from him. If Miyazaki is directing, Patches is there. The only one he missed out on was Sekiro.
What's the mech name?
Laughing Hyena.
I should probably specify Armored Core. Okay. Yeah, no. I think the fucking the Ninebreaker is one of the sickest mecha designs. Like,
yeah, there's a lot of good stuff.
Ever. There's that thing was sexy upon first glimpse. Huh, cool. Okay, that's fun. Hell yeah. Good news in the form of rumor. I hope that, like, I don't know, the FromSoft is one of those companies that doesn't have a lot of there's not a lot of, like, I guess, transparency into, like, how the studio runs and what's happening internally, you know?
All I know about, like, the way Elden Ring is being built right now is that it's all hands on deck.
So that's where I'm wondering, like, you know, is there a group of people that are just going to detach once Elden Ring launches and start moving towards the next bit, and then you kind of cycle through employees off of one onto the other as the launch happens, and you can have more of a post-launch team that shrinks, you know?
I assume they'll have part of the Elden Ring team move on to an Elden Ring DLC team, because it's become expected that these games get expansions a year-ish later, and that the other team will go into full production on Armored Core. That seems to that's just my gut feeling.
But it seems that like massive success has like slowed them down, you know? It's made them like a much more deliberate like company that's putting out, well, you know, effectively AAAs at this point. No,
Well,
in terms of impact, not in terms
to
of
me is not so much
development.
about like their output, but it's been like, so this is not me going on a Dark Souls 2 rant or whatever, because the version that we got is pretty good. It has its flaws. But Dark Souls 2's original version in development needed to be rebooted, and Miyazaki came in and was like, what are you guys doing? And had to reboot development, and they rushed that thing out the door. And ever since then, it's got like Miyazaki as director on every project that comes out of that company, as well as being the president. So like Elden Ring seems like the natural extension of that. It's like, well, we can only do one project at a time because I have to watch it.
There's a limit. There's a fucking
So
limit,
we might as well just make the biggest thing we can get a hold of.
And then of course the success of these projects, like in some cases in the mid growth FromSoft era, it would be like the success of one of these games can bankroll a bunch of other things, but now it's just going to directly bankroll the DLC and next huge thing that we invest into, which fortunately, like between sick ass mecha games and cool fucking Soulsborns, like it's fine either way. No complaints really. But Armored Core fans, I'm sure, have been fucking hungry for close to 10 years now. So it's nice that, you know, the variety is returning a little bit.
Armored Core deserves a nice game. Though I would like a control scheme that does not require you to flip your controller upside down.
I just want to mention Chrome Hounds one more time.
Okay, that's nice. That's
nobody.
That's nice, buddy. That's
nobody
nice.
talk about Chrome Hounds.
I will say I saw a human being say the word Chrome Hounds on social media about a month ago. So
how about that?
There's at least 2 of you out there.
There you go. And Metal Wolf Chaos, same pedigree. All right. There's that. The other big thing this week was the announcement but not reveal of the PSVR2. So, the next gen VR headset for PlayStation is gonna drop, and they gave us some details, but they didn't show it off, and they didn't show what the headset or controllers are going to look like. But from the description, you know, it has a lot of the things that have become kind of like standard fare with headsets currently. The iteration process that this entire market has gone through is pretty fast. Like every subsequent headset has become way less cumbersome. Like the first version of it is a wired, annoying mess that requires external cameras. And
I've used PSVR. We've used the Oculus in this house, and they all follow the same path of like, this is really cool, but the games and the tech demos that we're using are not justification enough to deal with this fucking mess in the house.
Yeah. And while it'd be nice to like wait until it's in a light, easy package, the development process as well needs to grow, and developers need to learn how to make these games because there's so many new things.
Wooly? You're right. It would be nice to just wait until it's a nice, easy package.
But alas, the growing pains. So I'm interested to see like how this is going to look and how it's going to feel, because the weight obviously is going to be a huge difference that is in need of improvement. The specs are saying that it can now output 4K. So that's nice. It also no longer needs the external camera, so it has its built-in camera tracking, so that's nice.
Vital, because the PSVR never worked properly in my own house. It worked at the office, and I was super thrilled, and then it never worked in my own house once.
Because of the distance?
So I could never get it. It would always want me to be looking over in one of my corners. I could never fix it.
Interesting. Yeah, because you had to plug in the PS camera and then point it at you, and it was a whole thing, a whole to-do. But now that's gotten rid of as well. So you're basically getting, if it supports 4K, then that means like, each eye. Well, we'll see what it is, but I assume it'll be 1080p each one, and then self-tracking, self-gyro, self-aware, placement. You don't have to worry about any of that. The constant getting discombobulated by like a drifting tracker on the camera would cause games. You'd have to constantly recenter. All of that hopefully is gone now, so that's nice.
How much does it weigh?
We don't have a weight given,
because like all the other issues with VR aside, and I know I'm not the only person, there's you see these headphones that I'm wearing that we've been talking about because they keep running out of juice. These are the only headphones I wear because they're the only headphones that don't press in very strongly on my ears.
Yes.
Right? Every single time I wore any VR headset ever for longer than 45 minutes, my issue was not eye strain, and my issue was not dizziness, and my issue wasn't motion sickness. It was that the pressure on my head would give me a migraine. 100% of the time, just like a slower Virtual Boy. So for me, when you're talking about these things, it's like I need you to tell me that it weighs less than half of the existing PSVR headset.
See, my problem wasn't the pressure. My problem was getting a snug fit because I've got hair and a lot of it to fit around. And it's you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't like when you have a big poofy fucking dreadhead to work with. So, that there's no listing on the weight yet. There's just a specification that the field FOV is increased to 110 from 100 degrees. It's got a proximity sensor included now. And the cameras are all like, basically if it's the way that the Oculus has improved and the Vive, then you're going to see an overall reduction in weight. A biggest, heaviest part of these VR systems is the fact that if it has an onboard computer as well, if it's doing its own standalone thing, then it's going to weigh more than the ones that are just passing through via HDMI from a stronger PC, which this is going to do. But that's where it might hurt them, because it's not just competing with other VR headsets that are like plug in to your desktop and get like, better quality games, higher resolution, etc. It's competing with self-sustaining VR headsets,
Self-sustaining?
Well, it's not. Well, the headsets that don't require a PC to be plugged into it.
Oh, right.
Right. Like, so the new Oculus, you don't need anything. You just wear the headset and it's its own computer. And it's the standalone headsets are a massive like appeal on their own, just because you don't have to worry about plugging in wires anywhere, any of that shit. Like, it's super nice to not have anything tethered to you. Similarly, the headsets going over the the original PSVR were really annoying, because you'd have to have a decent headset to like layer on top, and the freeform Oculus like had the speakers just built in right underneath the viewing frame, so that you didn't have to worry about headphones and shit like that. So we'll see.
I was able to look it up, and these headphones that we're wearing are 1 pound.
Okay.
So get it to 1 pound, and I will become a VR man.
Other noteworthy things that haven't been specified, besides the weight, is what's the price going to be? Because that's a huge question, Are you going to aim for $399? Are you going to go for $500? Like, what's your... I feel like that's your range, because you're competing again with Oculus Quest 2, which is coming in way cheaper.
Let me ask you, let's say it's $500. What's the killer app that's going to come out with the thing to justify me spending $500?
This brings me to the next point, which is it better be the existing PSVR library.
What is the killer app there?
if it's not everything that is released so far, if you're dealing, it's like, hey, it's another way to play Thumper or Beat Saber or Keep Talking and No One Explodes, and it's like, yeah, we got those, but you're gonna need, they're gonna probably have something first party developed, you know, to show off. But yeah, they need to probably announce the existing library can be backwards compatible with it. They need to announce a price point that's not gonna be like, buy a PS5 if you can get one, and now that you're lucky enough to get one of those, spend $500 on this as well. Like, that seems like a high ask versus getting a standalone Oculus 2, which, you know, isn't gonna look as good, but it's $300, and again, you can wear that and that on its own, and it'll be fine. You know, it's decent enough.
Get a PS5. Just go down to the store and get a PS5. Just go buy one.
You know. Furthermore, that Oculus 2, when you plug in a USB-C into it and then into your computer, it acts as a desktop Oculus, which is allowing you to do stronger things, play better games, and, you know, like, there's a pass-through Oculus Link app that you can run so that it treats it as if it's a desktop headset. So yeah, there's not enough info to make this a competitive peripheral at this point, but they're displaying their intent to stay interested in the space.
Putting out a peripheral like this when people can't even get the console that it's supposed to go with sounds like laughable. Also, I need to make an addendum. I was wrong. These headphones are not £1. That's the box and everything. They need to get the PSVR under 240 grams.
Okay. Yeah. And you know, the other thing too is that, like, you have to also consider that these VR headsets are kind of still novelty accessories that,
oh boy, are they,
just, you pull them out to show off to your parents the cool thing, and then you put them the fuck away.
They're novelty because there's not a lot of software for them, because they're novelty, and thus people don't make a lot of software for them because they're novelty.
So my understanding is Half-Life Alyx is like the biggest commitment we've seen from a studio to
like
absolutely,
a real experience. And that will not be playable on the PSVR.
So yeah. Anyway, if they get their first-party studios working on some kind of I don't know, Horizon crossbow training.
Dude, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, every single one of these new input methods, it's like, it's the future. It's like, is it? I played Link's Cross. I got through the entirety of the Wii library and didn't see anything better than it could be like a mouse.
I had fun with it, and like having like dicked around in VR chat, having played some of the you know, the Oculus desktop things and whatnot. Like, it was cool. I had like a near religious experience playing Rez, but you know, that's more just me personally loving that game, and then Rez Infinite as well. And you know, it was so nice to just like kind of forget Child of Eden existed. It was beautiful. It was beautiful to have to feel that the memories of Child of Eden being deleted in front of me as I played Rez Infinite. But
that seems more of a
it's personal,
like a clap for Rez than it does for VR. Because like, before VR was a twinkle in anyone's eyes, Rez also gave people that experience. Because Rez is Rez.
Sure did. Yeah, we'll need to see, you know, but I'm sure they're working on at least something that'll be the Sony flagship to be like, hey, you got to come look at this. It'll be the thing you really want. I'm calling it. It's
I'll believe it.
Alloy's crossbow training.
It's like listen, VR is obviously like immediately cooler and more interesting than most, if not all, of the gimmicks that we've dealt with in the past many years in technology, not just games. But like, there was the Wii, there was the Kinect, there was the Kinect again, there was 3D televisions, and now we're in VR, and they all end up in the same problem where people go, think of the potential, and I go, no, show me something good right now. But the future, it's like, no, show me something good right now.
RE5 was solid
RE7.
too, wasn't it? Excuse me, RE7.
Yeah,
That was another pretty good
it
one,
was.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So there you go. Those two. Other cool things. I'm pretty excited about this. Looks like there is a Scott Pilgrim anime series in the works.
Do you think that we're gonna get hit with about 1 million people who smugly tell you, you know, Scott's not supposed to be a good person, right?
Perhaps. I think those people are going to have a chance to
The real
go back
the
to their
secret of
go
Scott
back to your
Pilgrim-
Facebook posts from 10 years ago and just post them again. Yeah. Scott's a dick. That's correct. Yeah, no. I would love to see something that resembles the original comics dropping. You know, the fun stuff that they did, of course, with the adaptation it's cool and different. But fuck yeah. The graphic novel series, I had a great time with that. I'd love to see that. And it looks like Brian Lee O'Malley is working with BenDavid Grabinski, the showrunner behind the revival of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Has anyone seen Are You Afraid of the Dark 2019?
I have not.
Is that anything? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Probably might mean nothing. But I've been I've been hoping for something Scott Pilgrim animated to exist. So this is nice. Hopefully it's not shit. I kind of let me correct that. Brian Lee O'Malley's style has a deliberate kind of jank to it that I hope animation captures well. There's times when the eyes drift off of the characters' faces in
A little bit.
goofy ways where you're like, yeah, okay, no, I that's intentional.
I'm interested in seeing the people of today see a vision of Toronto that used to be interesting.
The old
A lot of
TO.
a lot of current Torontonians will look at it with confusion. What is this? There's like a place to go. You could eat food at a diner. What is that?
The pre-Drake era. The original 6X. Indeed. Back when the beguiling still existed and Honest Abe's was a thing. Honest Ads, excuse me. What is happening besides that? We got Mario Kart 9 in active development, whatever,
Shocked.
obviously.
I'm shocked.
The only reason why we bring this up is because there's a new twist, quote unquote, that will be a part of the game. I'm hoping that twist will turn out to be that you take all the Mario characters and all the karts and you replace them with F-Zero, and then that's your twist.
Somehow I doubt it.
No, you know what it's going to be? It's going to be story mode.
Sure.
It's going to be a one-player story mode for Mario Kart.
Sure.
All right.
It's the most popular racing game that's ever been. No question.
Okie doke. Next, we've got the trailer for Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. Did you see it?
I did see it.
It was pretty good.
It was pretty good.
What I liked was the confirmation that no matter what this game was going to be, I was going to be in love with it. But it's going to have skating, it's going to have inline and BMX. So who fucking cares? Go fast, grind, do tricks. Doesn't matter what you're riding. It's your, everyone wants a Jet Set successor, but it's not just that. It's a little bit of that Tony Hawk. It's a little bit of that fucking Dave Mirra or BMX Triple X all up in your grill.
I was waiting for it.
You knew it was coming.
What if I could ride some bikes and see some titties? Can I do that in Bomb Rush Cyberfunk?
We don't know yet, but maybe?
Maybe.
What if there's wakeboarding? Can we get a little bit of a spiritual successor to... God damn it, I was stalling for time, but the name didn't come. Shit. Sean
Murray.
Sean Murray wakeboarding.
You know what the stupidest thing I've ever thought of in my entire life is? When somebody told me they liked wakeboarding, I thought it was like surfing on a coffin at someone's wake.
You didn't even have to get there, and I already am like there's two things that you can be referring to. That's pretty good. That's good. Just Jackass.
Wait, no,
theme.
it's Shaun White. It's Shaun White. It's not
Shaun White.
Murray.
Okay. Shaun White. Whatever. If you can do that, despite the fact that the family will be very upset.
Yeah, but you're in the ocean.
It would be technically very impressive.
Yeah.
Right? Or like Big Boss Man is dragging the coffin with his truck, and then you're trying to surf on the coffin and not fall off. That's impressive, no matter what anyone says about you.
That's cool, man. It's not the smartest thing I've ever thought of in my life.
Nope, that's okay. Pause for takes. No worries.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's try this story on then.
All right, what do you got?
Do you have anything to say about Prime TV's Fallout series directed by Jonathan Nolan?
I can't think of any TV show that would do more poorly than a Fallout TV series. The Fallout series has no main characters. It has no main plot. And it's the entire game's narratives are fucking defined by a wandering, aimless, meandering, guideless, aimless wander.
Say wander one more time.
Wandering.
Okay.
That show can only be, I went to one town over, and this is the little story that happened in this one town. Then I went to a different town. And then this episode, I'm lost in the desert. And in this next episode, I got bit by a rattlesnake and I'm dying from radiation poisoning, etc.
So there's always a, 50s style TV sequence zoomed out into the horrible real world, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Is there a way to stay in the 50s world and then do something interesting? I don't you know what, I just don't know enough to understand how you would execute this project. But
they should just do the Mandalorian, but with a little bit of 50s styling on it and more radiation. And if they do anything other than that, it will be a complete disaster.
Well, the good news is that the name Nolan is on this, and, that means good things sometimes. But the bad news is that Chris Nolan on his own is responsible for Westworld seasons 1 to present. So, it seems like the best works are the ones in which the Nolans team up, and it seems like
on the
on the own is not quite the same pedigree.
So I'm going to tell you right now, get ready for this. There's going to be ghouls in the Fallout TV show, and a main character is going to be a lady ghoul, and she's going to be like, I'm so sad that I'm such a horrible freak mutant with all my skin burned off. And they're going to show this by having the skin around her temples and maybe her forehead be a little wrinkly and her skin tone being a little off. And she's going to be like, I'm a horrible monster. While still obviously being the very attractive actress they picked for the role.
I completely fucked up my last sentence, and I need to correct it. Very, very importantly so. When I said Chris, I meant to say Jonathan, and instead I was saying Chris. Chris, good. Jonathan, also usually good, but not the Westworld though. That's what it is. Yes.
Did you see Ready Player One?
No.
To anyone who has, I cannot, like, the female character in that, her big reveal is that she's, like, not the hot babe that she pretended to be. Mm-hmm. She's like a normal looking, good looking chick with, like, kind of like a scar.
Yeah, I remember.
And the fucking movie treats her like a fucking mutant.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I'll still love you, you freak. And she's like, but my horrible scar. And it's like a painted on fucking, like, birthmark. And it's like,
I forgot.
My God.
There was a movie that was making fun of movie ugly. I forgot what it was. There's something I saw where they were laughing at the fact that, like, ugly people in movies are just hot people with glasses on. Like, it's just it's the dumbest thing ever.
Oh, I hate it. Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so everything Chris and John work on together is all the shit you like. And then the solo stuff is...
Is Malcolm McDowell still alive?
Is he?
This is an important question.
Oh, also he wrote Interstellar, and I know people have their feelings, but I really
Malcolm McDowell is still alive. Okay, put him in the new Fallout thing, and I'll watch his scenes at least.
Okay, there.
Malcolm McDowell fucking rules.
We got some. You had some takes for Fallout. We got one more here, and this is just a story of sad to hilarious at this point.
Oh, I love these. Oh, give me this.
Because Mad Catz has had a history as a company that has gone from making horrible, shitty-ass garbage peripherals back in the day, but
to making
affordable.
High-end quality merchandise.
Sure did. Affordable, but garbage peripherals in the N64 era. Eventually relaunching and becoming the fight stick company that was making what people needed to play arcade stick, what people needed as arcade sticks for the new era of fighting games, circa 2009. Markman was a part of the team, was helping them with all of that stuff, and they released the TE, they released the TE2. You know, they're putting out some other stuff, and yeah, like for a while, the Mad Catz TE Tournament Edition fight stick was the hallmark of just a solid ass, reliable arcade stick you can buy. Probably find one at your local GameStop, and it'll do good for what you need. Plus, you can open up and mod the buttons, parts if you need to replace anything that doesn't work, and you know, it was solid and worth the purchase in that time. Then he left the company, and then they started kind of just doing their own thing, and you know, focusing on other stuff, whatever. The quality of which is up in the air. But after years away from the game, it seems that they have decided to enter into the fight stick market once again. My understanding is that Markman was working on a TE3 design prototype for them before he left, and then eventually they just threw that away and didn't go with it. Of course, he went on to work with like various other stick makers and do some good shit. They have as of CES, which is was just finished or just happened, they announced a bunch of new peripherals, including headphones, controllers, mice, etc., and a return to the arcade stick with the TE3. The TE3 that we got to take a look at is a design that not a lot of people are thinking too highly of. It's got a tiger on it and the scratches and it's a thing, but yeah, the aesthetics are. I prefer.
Why is it so long at the top and the bottom?
Yeah, it's not exactly a shape that I like.
It's square.
I've seen sticks with this type of shape, and it's not great, but that's not a big deal. Whatever. Usually, you can, especially like change out artwork and do things, whatever. Blah blah blah. The other details that come out about this arcade stick are that it's going to be multi-platform, so you can use it on Xbox and PS4 and PS5 and PC, and it's like, oh, that's
useful. That's good.
But that's usually not something that you can get a licensed peripheral to do, because Kanba just kind of does it because those come out of China and Kanba doesn't really care. They just
put all the guts in there. They just do it.
And then, like, you can't really stop them is what Kanba's version of doing things are. So they've made dual modded sticks or whatever. But Mad Catz is not going to be able to get away with that. So instead, they are making it the only way you can, which is you're not allowed to be an official licensed peripheral. Thus, you must plug in a controller as a dongle for the stick you want to use and keep that controller plugged in the entire time you're using the stick in order to have pass-through compatibility with the console.
PS5 only has 2 USB cables.
Yeah, figure it out, buddy.
This thing's totally worthless.
It's completely like, okay. So there's a stick known as a Mayflash. It's $40 and it works the exact same way. It works on any console, but you have to plug a stick in order to get it to pass through, right? Cool. Piece of shit, but it's $40 fucking dollars. And
that's absurd.
So you get what you pay for, plus if you at least go and buy some buttons and some replacement parts, you can put in some good parts and get a decent stick out of it at the very minimum if you're going for a low end. You're lowballing. This thing requires a fucking controller dongle for what they're calling overbridge compatibility. And on top of that, it also supports macro features, which allows you to program macros onto stick buttons, which is expressly banned from any tournament ever, anywhere on planet Earth, because it's cheating to have a macro input on a set. You can program a combo onto a button. That's not allowed. You can't do that.
I wish the audio listeners could see me just stare off in space.
It's the 1,000-yard stare, because
disbelief.
Like, you want to talk about not having a single person at the company that knows who they're making the product for and why.
How did they not pick one up in all these years?
Not one!
Was it just Markman?
Markman came and Markman left, and they didn't know what the fuck to do. It seems.
It is literally a countdown until, like, tournaments start banning the stick outright.
So, yeah. It's a matter of tournament edition, except you're not allowed to play it at tournaments edition, because all macros are not allowed, period. You know, like, there's people that are having discussions about like hitboxes that allow you to hold a left and a right input, like I think like a Afrobox, I think there was at one point, and it's like that is a contentious argument to see whether or not this type of stick is allowed, because you have to be very precise that, like, you can't allow inputs that cheat or assisted input, you know. And in this case, it's like, yeah, if you can program a full sequence to do something like a fucking taunt jet upper perfect every time, that shit's not okay. So anyway, it's just, you've never seen a stick miss the mark harder. Not just because of the macro inclusion, but because you have to have a controller plugged in, sitting on the table the entire time, or sitting in your lap the entire time. And like, there's no version of this that appeals to, someone who actually plays these games and or is a part of this community. Like, what is your audience here?
People who want to cheat in online tournaments.
I guess so. Yeah,
that's the audience.
Unbelievable, hilarious, and it's like, I know the thought is probably like, it's going to be too expensive to license out one for Xbox and another product SKU for PlayStation. Just do it because we're not committing completely to re-entering the stick market. But now you have this bullshit solution instead, which makes no sense. Like, at this point, like, if you're gonna re-enter, you bite the bullet and choose to make proportional product for the amount of people buying on that console. Most people with an Xbox that want a stick there's gonna be one to God knows how many for PlayStation. Like, there's so much. There's no fighting game players really using Xbox for anything, so you're not gonna need to push a lot of those products, But if you wanted to go down that road, like, sure, you can have a reduced production rate, but this app dongle solution is ridiculous. But yeah, the 2
Must
point
make Markman feel really good to see just how important he actually was.
So he's being on Twitter. It's funny because he's being professional, but just like emojis tell the story.
Yeah,
Wow,
the instant I left, huh? Wow. I wonder why that is.
Why even re-enter the market? Like, you've left the stick game behind you. You don't have anybody there to tell you what's what. And now we get to see that in real time. It's fucking embarrassing. Anyway, get yourself a Kanba. That's a good stick. For shame. And we kind of get to see the people watch as Mad Catz returns to the depths from whence it came.
Just wait till these don't sell very well, and then they start putting out more and more products where they just cut a little bit of corners here. Just a little corner there. Just a little corner here. Just a little corner over there.
Or just lean into it and call it the cheat stick.
Oh, dude, that'd be awesome.
Embrace it and let people know that, like, no, we're making this for those who want the big cheats.
Do it.
And we have it pre-programmed with all the one-frame links and all the best combos for your character. Just install them right here. It's good.
What a fucking stupid bunch of idiots.
All right. Let's take a couple questions and get out of here.
Hey, if you want to send in a question or an email or any kind of talk words, go on and send that to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
We got one over here coming in from Chemo Force, who says, "Dear Woollyverse, Evil, and Pat May Cry, what is the worst way you've ever seen bonus content be packaged in either physical or digital mediums for a game? Recently, I picked up P5 Strikers Deluxe, and in order to access the OST and art book, you could only do so through a hastily cobbled together Unity app that can't transfer the files to your phone. My friend got the special edition for Xenoblade X and received the OST on a USB stick that has copy protection that needs the USB drive to be plugged into your computer in order to listen to it."
That's pretty bad. I want to say every single PlayStation game that when you go buy the soundtrack, it goes, look, you can listen to the soundtrack on your PlayStation dashboard.
Yeah.
That's pretty awful.
Not in the background, but as the active thing.
Yeah.
Those are annoying. Got that with...
I'm going to give a shout out, and I've used this example before, because it was not bonus content. It was the content. I bought a copy of Space Cop
from the Red Letter Media store and spent like an hour, could not download my legal copy. It would not happen. I had to go to a torrent site to get it.
There you go. I'm going to say similarly, Mortal Kombat 10, I believe. Or no, 9, either 9 or 10 with the multiplayer code, which was meant to basically cut off GameStop from reselling it, but just ended up fucking over the player. Yeah. Like, your intention was one thing, and everyone that bought your game suffered as a result. Yeah, no good.
I want to give a shout out to the best piece of bonus content in a physical form I've ever received for any video game of all time. If you pre-ordered Portrait of Ruin on the 3DS, that game came with a tiny little rectangle box that would hold 2 DS games that would have a flip top to put them, and it was the perfect thing to put in your pocket next to your 3DS, or sorry, your DS, to carry 3 games around with you. And I used that the entire time I had my DS. That thing ruled.
Shout outs to any game remake or so that launches and just gives you the original with it. I think Syndicate did that. I think Bionic Commando did Rearmed? No, they were separate. Anyway, that's a fun thing where they're just like, yeah, we put the original in here for you. Cool.
I want to give a double shout out to a terrible piece of bonus content for the Persona games. People who have played the Persona 5 Royal may realize this, that if you go, hey, I love Persona 5, I'll buy the fancy version, and you load up your new game and it turns on all the DLC, and now your fucking compendium is shitted up with like 35 end game cheap personas that all cost 0 that you can't get out of your file.
Yeah. No, you gotta tell people how to distinguish that stuff. You know, Demon Souls, they had them in your inventory, in your box, waiting there.
Demon Souls did it the best because the Demon Souls items can't be upgraded, so they're shit after 1-1.
Yakuza 0 had them too, and they were just, I think it was just like, like Bob Okonomiyaki or whatever his name was just standing there with a bunch of like super items, and it's like, you kind of have to know in advance, don't use these.
Dead Space is the worst one. Dead Space 2. There were a lot of console exclusive DLC suits that came out with Dead Space 2 that never came to the PC, and when people got frustrated with it, they updated the PC version to have all of them unlocked by default, as well as all the gear in the game from the first fucking shop, which if you don't remember what unlocked where, completely destroys the balance of the game.
That sucks. That fucking sucks. Yeah. Nah, man, you got to be careful with that bonus shit. You really do. Keep it cosmetic, you know? That's always a nice way. Anyway.
Yeah, make your pre-order bonus thing. We made one of your guns solid gold.
Yes.
So that if you ever use it, everyone can see what a tacky, tasteless, fucking stupid moron you are. And everybody else is like, oh, thank God. Gears of War is the absolute ultimate.
Overwatch, man. Overwatch. Like the golden weapons. Like, ugh. So fucking hideous.
In Gears, I felt like because it was so gritty, it was like way worse. And you see Marcus Phoenix with a solid gold Lancer. I'm like, oh, cool. You're a fucking idiot and have no taste, and you look like an asshole and a moron.
Like, I saw a skin of one of the guns in Apex that was like retro themed, so it made it look kind of like a zapper.
Yeah.
You know? And I wanted that so much harder than any stupid sparkly gemstone golden gun bullshit. Anyway, yeah, that's the solution. Keep it cosmetic. We got one coming in from John, who says, "Dear spooky skeletal specters, back when Xbox Elite Series 2 controller dropped, Pat mentioned that it was only useful to play shooters. Found that sentiment to be funny because I've been using the back paddles to create a healer class build for Monster Hunter World and even Rise. One back paddle opens up the radial wheel, the other uses selected items, allowing for near instant usage of potions. This lets me almost instantly negate damage before my teammates can even get out of the stagger animation. So have you found the niche way to bring out the potential from something in a game?"
No. The reason why I don't use that stuff is because it doesn't involve taking, like, the radial menu stuff. You don't have to take your thumbs off the sticks in the first place. Whereas in shooters, to hit most of the face buttons and do all that stuff, you would have to take your thumbs off the sticks.
For me, it just doesn't work because I'm a clencher. So
you're a clencher?
I clencher, so I'm gonna accidentally trigger those buttons when I grab the controller like harder. Similar to how I accidentally press L3 and R3 sometimes. Mainly L3. You know? I can't have anything important going on. Like sprint, fine. Run, sprint, okay. Anything super important mapped to L3 is going to be a problem because I just happen to clench as I play.
You're a clencher.
Big clench.
I've actually been using my PS5 controller nearly exclusively on PC, and I only switched to the Elite Pad for shooters.
Same. The problem is a lot of games don't play nice with the DualSense yet.
Yep.
A lot that act up mean that I have to switch back, but otherwise, yeah, that's the preferred. And lastly, one coming in from Adam, who says, "Dear Tropic Island Punch and Continental Breakfast." Okay. About 2 years ago, Walmart tried selling me maple water. It was supposedly filtered water through maple wood to get essential vitamins and minerals. It tasted like a bottle of water with a drop of syrup in it. I got to have one bottle before the entire concept disappeared from my state. I need to know if maple water exists in Canada.
No,
if
that's
it's something
not real.
They made. No, that's completely.
That's a scam. That's a racket.
So was it on the homeopath aisle? Because if it was, then no, that has nothing to do with Canada and everything to do with scam artists selling you water and saying that the water has special properties. Hey, guess what?
This
if anyone's
water's
trying to sell
real
you,
special.
you know, some might say that for thousands of years, special water has been scamming humanity. Don't do it. Don't buy special water.
What if it's really clear, though?
Well, that
comes in a nice bottle.
Well, that's fine. You know, if it's not muddy and milky and, you know, that's good. But I mean special water with special properties for special things.
Oh. You mean like battery acid?
I mean like the priest getting his super soaker out
to
bless that baby. Anyways.
It was about the Lord.
Don't do that. Don't do that, folks. Stay away. That's good enough. That's good enough, folks. Enjoy your 3 back-to-back podcasts.
What's the pH on holy water?
Well, it depends. Is it blessed distilled water, or is it a normal body of water that you're dunking people into? Because there's all kinds of sources. If you're going into a baptismal pool, it's a regular ass chlorine pool. and you're just standing in it and then getting dunked.
Uh-huh.
If it's inside the church and it's like a little pot, then, you know, it's probably just a little bit of boiled water poured out into the little pot.
I see. Hey, do you guys want to buy my special water? I farted in it. I'd sell it to you for a jar as an NFT. I gotta save up to go to Crypto Land.
Oh no! Now you're going to the hospital because you farted too much.
Oh no.
Imagine farting yourself to death. Imagine that's how you go.
Listen, Willie, I can imagine it, okay? We've all had our bad days, okay? We've all had our bad days.
All right. Let's wrap that up.
Okay, please. Have a good week, everybody.